All right, we're live. Let's hear it. Intro time. You got to step off stage and back in.
Oh, is that all right?
Proper entrance.
Sorcerers!
Brilliant. Very nice. Yeah, I was messing with my overhead cam because I forgot. Like I fell on my desk earlier when I was like taking a picture of my setup back here to post on the Facebook page, and my daughter was sitting on a chair and she was like rocking it, and all of a sudden like I just like fell right onto my desk and everything went flying. It's freaking hilarious. So yeah, things are in a bit of disarray. So there's a lot to talk about, man. And actually, there's a wicked glare on that. Hang on a second. Let me try to figure it out. There's a loose screw on this bad boy. Got to get the glare off of the Ed Beard stuff. All right. That should do it. I don't want too much light on the avatar either down there. There's like a weird glow coming off of the Ed Beard dragon. Let me shift this. Is that better? We'll only see the fire dragon. I'll try to block it. Let me know if you're getting some weird reflection. So, first guy in good time says tight binders. So I guess we'll touch on that. It really was kind of like some late breaking news on that one. We got Joe McAllister. Dan's in the house. Frogman Dan. John Rothrock. What's up? Who else? Joe McAllister. He's a regular. Looks like you're tanning your painting. So, yeah, there's a lot to talk about, man. We talked, what, was it 3 weeks ago? Must have been 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah, and at that time, it was I think we might have been the first to talk about the beta reprint news from the All Things Contested Realm Kevmo podcast. So we had you had done a video on it, as I recall. And then we were talking about the things you had said in your video and kind of like our initial impressions of that announcement and the initial community response. And I guess like we had some early indications of the market response.
Yeah.
But obviously, 3 weeks have transpired. We have a lot more data on that. So I guess let's start there with how the market has responded. And I'll let you go first because you're probably more in tune with looking at TCG player and singles market. Like I mostly am interested in the art market and artist proofs. And I can give you some like data points from my community growth metrics and stuff like that. But yeah, how have the singles been doing across, let's say, well, beta, alpha, beta, and Arthurian Legends, and also box prices?
Yeah. So the good news is box prices for Arthurian Legends have stabilized, and we are almost at map again. Almost.
Oh, it's that high. Damn.
Yeah. So, at least on TCG player. Now, if you look around, you can still get pretty good deals elsewhere, if you're looking around. So that has improved quite a bit in terms of the AL booster boxes. Beta is still pretty much where it was at in terms of the booster boxes. The thing that took the biggest hit and that really has not recovered are most of the high-end alpha cards. So high-end alpha has just taken the biggest hit with the exception of the foil Eric's Curiosa and the foil Frazetta Uniques. Those have held up.
Okay.
But anything else that's in alpha has really taken quite a bit of a hit that's on the high end. Most everything else, the real problem now is we're 60 days post-release, and we all knew, especially with Arthurian Legends, that the price of those singles was going to go down. That's just what naturally happens. Mm-hmm. So the real question is, the small decrease that we've seen in Arthurian Legends, is that because of people worrying that they'll eventually reprint Arthurian Legends, or is that just the natural market doing what it's supposed to do? I think it's that, but that's just what I think.
So before we go to that, like, what about so you said the foil Eric's Curiosa, foil Frazettas. What about the foil Elemental Avatars? Because that's the other thing that was
they took
reprinted.
A hit. Yeah, I watched. I watched. There was an Avatar of Airfoil that went for like $800.
So what were they at?
They were at like 12.
1,200?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I mean, but that's pretty typical because the stone like peaked at 10K and it dropped all the way to 2,800, 2,700, something like that.
27. Yeah.
27 recent eBay auction. So
Yeah. I will say the avatars.
75%.
I mean, they didn't. The avatars didn't take as big of a hit as some of the other cards.
Yeah.
But they still took 30%, 40% in that range. So that's still rough.
Yeah. No. Yeah. It's. Yeah. I mean, I guess that is pretty significant pullback for sure. I was hoping you were gonna say like 300-400. I would have picked up a few.
No.
But like once you start getting into like 800, I started thinking about like, wow, I could get like a couple artist proofs maybe, or work my way towards the next painting or something. But okay, so yeah, so the box prices, they did bottom like after the news, and I guess like there was we were concerned about, and like I guess what a lot of people were talking about was did they lie or mislead when they talked about the reprint? To me, like, I don't know. I think people like jumped to conclusions, or they didn't like listen to all the information, because the information was incomplete, and they always caveat like we reserve the right to do whatever. We could change our mind. They never said it was like out of print. So it's definitely whether like people think that the way they said it was misleading or led them to believe there's going to be out of print is one thing, but they never definitively said that. So it is like to some extent an assumption and like a jump to like an assumption that people made. But the other thing is, so that was like on beta, and again, it's incomplete information. We don't know how much total was printed. There was other like, I guess like part of the grievance, so to speak, was that it was supposed to go to underserved markets. Yes. And they actually said which markets that is. And then if I'm not mistaken, I think like Team Covenant initially said that they didn't expect to get some. And of course that could change, like just like they say, anything could change. And then they had a shitload, and they had it for many months, and they still have it. So I think some people are bent out of shape about that. But I mean, that also is evidence that it was not out of print. Some people think maybe they are using them as a pseudo distributor and like supplying them product direct. And I think that's what I think, because it seems unlikely to me that they would buy like an inordinate amount, way more than any single other retailer on the market. It's hard for me to believe they bought like 10, 20x like anybody else on the planet. Like it seems like they're getting it direct, which is fine. I mean, if they have a business relationship, good, good for them. But what I always worried me was that there was other starved markets and stores that wanted to get product, they couldn't. They were finding out that this one store was getting it all, so they were unhappy about that. How that, like, that relationship between Eric's Curiosa and that company, Team Covenant, but it did have an impact on other stores because they couldn't get product. So if they printed a finite amount and they channeled mostly through Team Covenant and didn't send as much through distribution, that's upsetting to people. But part of that is also like you get your, I think like what complicates that is the stores tell the distributors how much they want. That gives Eric's Curiosa some gauge of what they wanted. But then there was like a lot of growth in demand for the beta product, I think, after beta release.
Yes.
So normally you would get, I think you'd have more opportunity to buy from the distributor. So that's where people really get upset, because that opportunity was never there. So they got their first wave and that was it. And then eventually like the summer stuff started trickling in, but it was kind of like controlled, went to certain markets, and people had to buy it again secondhand from Team Covenant or from Singapore, or, weird things like that.
And that's what I mean, people hear the word reprint and they get upset, but if you listen to that whole interview, Simon makes numerous statements about they are going to be very careful with how they handle it. It's going to be targeted. They're going to try to use this reprint specifically to grow the player base. And I think that that's fine. That's perfect. That is the reason to do a beta reprint. But for me, it always comes back to execution. And so far, Eric's Curiosa has struggled with execution. And they admitted that. They admitted there have been missteps. And they're a small company. I don't think that there is someone in Eric's Curiosa that has done a global TCG and like marketed it and done all the things necessary to distribute it. So it's a learning process, and that's, perfectly reasonable. But when you're talking about reprints and then all these things, it all comes down to execution. So if they execute it the way they're saying, fantastic. We bring on more stores, we bring on more players, that product is absorbed, we're good. But it all comes down to execution.
Yep. Yeah, so that's one part. One is like, do we have confidence now after several mishaps or misexecution issues that they will be able to target it like they're saying? The
Yeah,
second part, though, also, well, there's one where like people thought they weren't going to reprint, so they're already mad that they're going to reprint.
yeah,
Second is okay, they're targeted. That kind of makes sense. And I actually referenced this interview on the Sorcery community group the other day, where there was this interview with Rans Lincoln of the what is it called, the Booster Pack Network, and he
yeah,
interviewed Luke Peterschmidt, who was the guy that did Guardians CCG with Keith Parkinson, the artist. That kind of launched that game, and he was talking about how that game actually failed. Like a big part in the failure of that game was the fact that they did not have product to
yeah,
give to like a growing market that had demand
yeah,
for it. So, and like Sorcery was very much in that position a year ago.
yes,
The thing is, like in my mind, I feel like they lost a year of like optimal growth potential by
yeah,
going the Team Covenant directed route, and for whatever reasons, and maybe it's not just that partnership. There's probably some other complicating factors. We have incomplete information, but however it happened to be, they did not have product either by design or by mishap. They did not have product to give to stores that wanted it, for regions, for new markets that wanted it.
yeah,
And as a result of that, obviously you can't grow. Those stores can't pick up the product. And it was like that for many, many months on end, where
yeah,
only Team Covenant had it. So we kind of lost that year. Somehow, like the market decided betas in the past, we're moving on to Arthurian Legends. We don't need the core set anymore. But now, like here we are a year later after release of beta, and Eric Furiosa is deciding that we do want to target those stores. So now we're going to get it out to them. And so,
yeah.
yeah, it's a confidence issue. Can they actually do that effectively? And again, like, is that what they're really going to do? Because again, like some people feel like that's what they said before, and then all of a sudden Team Covenant had a ton of it. So
Yeah,
a
yeah,
summer
yeah,
beta, so to speak,
yeah.
right? So
Well,
a
and
lot of factors.
the real question is, did they miss the window of opportunity?
Yeah.
You know, they've talked about these introductory store kits. They're going to bring on more stores. It's very hard to bring on a store to take on a new TCG. They've got a lot of options right now. There are a lot of hot markets. So I do worry about how do they make that work? How do they get a store to commit to the introductory store kit if it's bringing on a new store? Now, if it's someone who's already in it, that's fine. But bringing on new stores, getting a store to commit, they've got to have someone who is going to champion the product, who's going to run the events, who's going to organize, play. Uh,
Yeah.
but as part of that kit, do you have a person that's doing that? Like, that's what I don't know. And I worry, especially since we just had Arthurian Legends. Now we're 60 days out. We didn't have pre-cons. So we had the hype of the new set. We didn't have pre-cons to bring on new players. Has the opportunity been missed?
Yeah, so that's a function of, is there demand out there? But like, so the Collector Arthouse Discord, it tends to be a lot of like market chatter, but it's because like there's a lot of, I mean, Sorcery appeals to like a middle-aged demographic. A lot
Yeah.
of us are mid-career level, successful professionals in whatever profession we have, so we have life experience. We've seen a lot of businesses come and go, a lot of TCGs come and go, but even outside of the TCG world is businesses analyzing companies and how companies grow and operate. So we're talking about all the dynamics of this. So one of it is like the reprint matter that we talked about, like all the different facets of that. But it really all centers around consumer confidence and market
Yes.
confidence. So if that's eroded, one that can hurt demand of player base and collector base alike, and also stores. Like stores are going to see the price action. I mean, the history of Sorcery price action is it kind of skyrocketed for alpha, for all the Kickstarter product, for all the other like niche markets and other more selective collector markets type things. And then there's been this price regression predominantly in the singles. I think like art market has been generally stable, and artist proofs and alters and things, but yeah, so there's been that retracement. So that's like the store's optic. Like it kind of boomed and now it retraced significantly. There's a lot of commotion and turmoil. There's pockets of players. The players are very passionate. But like, how does, I mean, just sending a kit with, so let's say the kit has incentives, promo cards, play mats, like starter stuff, like precons, rule book, whatever, and then a couple boxes of beta or a couple cases of beta for these new stores that are onboarding. So if
Yeah.
you're a new store, You tell us you want the product, we'll teach you how to use it, and then you host an event, and then maybe we'll follow up and give you another case or two or something. That's a healthy thing to do. But what is going to incentivize that store to do it? It's not just the product and the kit. It's like it's their business. They got to make profit. There's got to be demand there, and there's got to be enough profit margin for them to do that. So that's where the jury's out. Like, yeah, again, with all the different options, our store is gonna be enticed by that proposition.
Yeah,
I'm
and
curious to
especially
see their approach.
yeah, and what is a little bit more concerning now is, a year and a half back, Magic and Pokemon were in a very weak position overall, and they are making a roaring comeback. So now I think it's even going to be more difficult to say, hey, we want, could you pick up our new game? And the store's going to be like, no, 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 I've got to go buy and get more of the newest Pokemon or Magic set.
Yeah.
And so that, that makes it even more problematic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so those are, I think we covered the challenges pretty well. Like, in addition to all those things, you do have typical seasonality. I mean, we're close to the holidays. We just came back from Sorcery Con. So, getting into, I mentioned I'll give my pulse of the market because again, I'm more focused on the art aspect and collecting and things. And I see that, I think, like, you see, like, so, like, my anecdotal information is I see the breadth of bidders, who the bidders are. Is it the same people all the time? Is there new people coming and going? I think there has been some new people in recent months. It's always like that. There's always some churn. Like, people go hard for like several months and then they get their fill and then someone else kind of steps in, and it kind of rotates like that. So all that's been pretty normal. The breadth has been pretty normal in terms of like diversity of different people like going for different things for both original paintings and for artist proofs and altars. And then the other metric, I guess, is like the community platform growth. I think when I saw, like, when they went to Gen Con, there was like a big surge in growth of like my Discord, of this Sorcery community group. Those are the two big benchmarks. I think there's like, I don't know, 1,800 or so in the Discord, and then almost 5,000 now in the community group. So those are like really good indicators of like how the word's getting out beyond just like the way I put out YouTube videos or whatever, grow it myself. It's like, what is the company doing to grow the interest base? And then like when they went to Spiel, that was kind of like a double whammy because they went to an event. They showed a product to a lot of Europeans who probably saw it for the first time, board game enthusiasts, other TCG enthusiasts and stuff. And then they also had a set release. So there was a big surge and spike in the community growth. I think it was at like 4,200. And like I say, now we're 4,700 or so, and pushing up towards 5,000. But now, like in recent weeks, last couple of weeks, I noticed it did get a little slower, kind of tapered off. And like looking at the official Sorcery group, I noticed similar type trending. But, again, we're in the holidays, Thanksgiving, just came back from Sorcery Con. People are stretched financially. The company's not making more appearances. They're probably doing family stuff too, right? Like all of us.
Yeah.
So we're kind of like in a lull period as it is, which will affect both the market dynamics. And then there's all this like chatter from those that already know about the game, talking about what's going on the inside, things the company's saying in interviews and stuff like that. So I don't know. I think we're kind of like in a holding pattern. It just feels like all those things considered.
Yeah, we are. And if if a person really believes in the game, I think right now you can get some serious bargains, especially on those high-end alpha cards. If there is a high-end alpha card you're looking for right now, go out and get it, because you will get a deal compared to anything that's been paid for, since late October. And even way before that. So, if you really believe in the game and you're a foil person, I'm not a foil person, but if you're a person who likes those high-end foils, now is the time. And if this game makes it as I hope it does, this is probably going to be the lowest point we're going to see in a very long time. For a very long time. Yeah.
Someone in the chat here saying it's normal for there to be a big lull this time of year. The anomaly is the bubble in Pokemon right now. Yeah. So I was like, I invest a lot in the stock market and stuff too. And I watch like everything going on there. And then with crypto, that really like boomed recently. Like going into the election, there's huge, all the tech companies are blowing up, all the AI stocks, crypto, like all this stuff, right? Levered to the new regime under Trump. And then, so I thought like that would carry over into TCGs. Be like, all right, great. Like we're a middle-aged demographic. A lot of us are, business like mid-career level. We have jobs. We invest in different things. We have more money all of a sudden from our investments. Boom, we'll go speculate some more and like, buy more as collectors in TCGs. But it hasn't carried over in Sorcery. But I think that's because of the market confidence issue. Things are a little rocky. So the money's being like before it was like Magic was a disaster. And then Pokemon had a few busted sets or something, I guess, right?
Yeah.
MetaZoo failed. Cryptic failed. Like all these games were like top on over, and Sorcery was in a sweet spot with Alpha. Perfect timing. All the money was going there. A lot of people are selling off their Magic stuff, liquidating what they could, putting the money back into Sorcery. And also it was highly liquid. There was a lot of breaks going on. So I think a lot of people had Kickstarter product, and they were flipping cases. They paying $120 a box for the Kickstarter Alpha.
Yeah.
And they're selling it for $1,000 plus a box. Just put it into art or put it into whatever, beta or whatever.
Yeah.
And now that easy money and liquidity is a little tougher. So like when that churn slows down and the breaks interest, I think there's like a few breakers. I've been trying to do a sample break. I'm keeping those going, but like they used to sell out like within a day. Now it's taking me like a week or 2 or 3 like to sell out the full pack.
Well, and there were 3 sample cards that just ended on eBay tonight. One of them was Teleport, which has Quick Magic, and usually Quick Magic, that gets some bids, and I was bidding on it, but it only went for $250.
Nice.
So I mean that's a great deal if you're looking for Quick Magic.
Yeah, how many people were watching it, and like how many bids did it get roughly? Any idea?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I can't remember, but I mean,
because
they only did a 24-hour auction, which I thought was crazy. I was like, "What are you doing?"
Well, good on you for even looking. I would never. It never even occurs to me to look at eBay for sample cards. For like, you never see paintings on there. You don't really see alters and artist proofs. I guess sometimes you do. Like some of the big,
every now and then.
The big well-known artists do that. So. Yeah, so I think that's part of it too. 24-hour auction, sample cards. No one's looking for sample cards on eBay. I think they go to the Discords, they go to the Facebook group, they go to the auctions that I run, or breaks and stuff, right? So that's interesting. I think that's kind of like anomalous though, because that's just not the
no, it probably is, but it just but right now there's a Swamp Buffalo sample that's been up on eBay for I think 2 or 3 weeks now at $150. Nobody's touched it.
Really? Okay.
And I know Swamp Buffalo, there's no change to the card, so it's not something people want, but it's still a sample card for $150.
Right. Yep. Yeah, and I think there was some interesting dynamics with sample cards themselves because it was kind of like a double-edged sword. There was more supply brought onto the market because Team Covenant a while back, they got a full box from Eric's Curiosa, and most of that box they tied to their subscription for Arthurian Legends. So they announced this like because Arthurian Legends was supposed to come out in 2023. And it came out like a year late, and at least a year late. And then so they announced way back then when they got that pre-alpha sample box that they were going to pair it with their subscription model for Arthurian Legends when that started. So now it finally came onto the market, and so much time has lapsed that like us early adopters and people that follow like my platforms and stuff, because I'm really into samples, they know what they are. But like the average like casual person is like, what is this sample pack? Like what happened? They know like Kickstarter kind of popped off, and they know the core product. They don't know all the pre-alpha spellcraft sample cards, all that. So they're all of a sudden they're getting like they probably even forgot they were going to get it, right? All of a sudden they get a box of Arthurian Legends, they get this one weird random card, they start asking questions. I started getting like all these DMs or people messaging me saying like, hey, you know anything about these sample cards? And I was like, oh yeah, I did like this big article on it, and like I did all these breaks, and so I started sending people resources. So there was like some interest, but there's also the player types who are just buying boxes to open and play the game. They could care less about this historic stuff. Like I had a guy, like one of the guys that won one of those Death Dealer play mats was like, hey man, I'm just like a player. It's a cool play mat, but like these things are selling for like $800. Like, do you want to buy it, or you know anybody? Because like I just want to buy more cards and play. So I think that's how it is with sample cards, and so people are willing to sell them cheaply, but they're extremely rare. So it'll be interesting to see how those age and how those settle out over time, because the pack prices were still like $4,000. They're commanding more than 4 at their peak, and who knows
Yeah.
now. You never see like public sales of those.
No.
I gotta beg, borrow, and steal to try to find people to have them and try to negotiate a reasonable rate to be able to do
Yeah.
breaks. But yeah, so that's the market, and then let me see. So we wanted to talk about beta reprints. I don't know if you want to go to the what do you think about the binder stuff? I guess we'll touch on that because everyone's saying, when are we going to talk binders?
Yeah. So with the binders, here's the thing. It depends how widespread it is. Yeah. That's the big question. Is every single binder or 80% of the binders impacted by this issue? If so, then yeah, we have a problem. And that's especially true for the international folks that bought these things, who paid god-awful shipping rates. And now they've got a product that doesn't work.
Yeah, I meant to look up the policy. Is it you gotta, like, if you return it, you gotta pay the shipping to return it, I assume. So that's gonna be a loss.
I assume you can't even return it, but I would guess, yeah.
Yeah, it might be non-refundable. Which
I mean, I don't know that it's refundable.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it is, but I don't know.
Yeah, either way. So if it's non-refundable, worst case, if you have to pay to ship it back and you consider it to be a defective product, which is probably a fair assessment, like if it's, I don't know, it's definitely like a not high premium quality, it seems, if it's tight in spots, or if it's like inconsistent. And it seems like some are better than others. I've been seeing mixed reports, but a lot of people are saying some sections of it are tight and sometimes it varies page to page and stuff like that. So and
I will say, me personally, I'm not a fan of branded binders. Whenever I played a lot of TCGs, I never bought branded binders because I always found their quality to be inferior almost every time. Even if Ultra Pro made them, their quality they didn't hold up the way they were designed or whatever. So I was leery of even buying these. I did buy them because I want Sorcery to make it. So I bought a copy of each of those binders. And I'm going to be very disappointed if they show up and, they can't fit a card with a penny sleeve or a card with a standard sleeve. All modern binders will accept a card in a penny sleeve or standard card sleeve into each slot. And if that's not the case, if it's all wonky, that's going to be a big problem for a lot of people, including myself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's kind of it's a nightmare situation for company. I actually feel bad for the company because I can see like how that could be the case. If you do like a custom made binder, it might be a different, there's manufacturing risk, I imagine, than the typical, like the one they do all the time, right? That they do in mass production, that they have like ironed out and a lot of experience with. So maybe there's some customization or different tweaks that they asked for. And yeah, if it's like the whole manufacturing lot was kind of defective, I mean, on the one hand, like maybe the company, it's like an optics problem because like the company might have some recourse with the manufacturer to say like, hey, you sent out shitty product, like we're not paying for it, reimburse us, right? But you can't really fix the consumer aspect of it. That's where I feel bad for the company because obviously they want Sorcery to be a premium product and they work very hard to do that. It's like creative, the attention to detail is like immaculate. So
that's the whole reason these things were delayed.
Yeah, so like get into accessories at all is kind of like a risk because you lose kind of control of that. Like it's hard enough to print cards and we've seen inconsistencies in the printing of the cards. Now you get into accessories and that's another layer of risk, and all of a sudden like you want to have a premium accessory, and if it doesn't pan out, that's kind of like an optic on your core, on the company and the product at large, which really is not. It's like not fair in a way, It's not their core thing is not freaking binders. It's like the cards, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like it's aggravating. Even for, like I didn't even buy them, and I'm still kind of like, damn it, like I don't want like this optic because like the freaking game's amazing. Like focus on the damn game, and now people are gonna be pissed about this.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like I was excited about the binders because they had like that minor glitch in the morning when it went live on the store. And then it was fixed within like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And there hasn't been a problem since. And I'm like, oh my God, they're going to get a win. They're going to get a win. We're going to get these awesome binders. They're going to be the same quality as those wonderful alpha binders that didn't have this problem.
Yeah.
And now here we are with this. And it's, I really, I'm upset because I didn't want to have to talk about it.
Yeah.
I wanted to talk about this was a win, 100%. And let's say best case scenario. This is the one thing I've been thinking about. Best case scenario, they have an ironclad contract with this manufacturer. The manufacturer has to replace them all.
Yeah.
They're not going to cover shipping.
Yeah. Right. If it costs a consumer anything, it starts getting sensitive.
Yeah.
People get emotional, they get pissed off, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's kind of it's a very unfortunate thing, and hopefully I haven't heard anything about the this. Hopefully the sleeves are okay. I haven't heard anything about those at all. It's just
I
the
haven't yet
binder,
either, but
but
I'm very particular about my sleeves. Very particular, and
yeah,
I did not buy the sleeves because I'm like, there is no branded sleeve I've ever used that I've ever liked.
yeah,
So
yeah. Yeah, so that's a bit of a mess. That's the latest breaking thing. So we'll see what comes of that. Getting back to like the beta and the communications thing, like I think that was again it's a consumer like the reprint itself. I trust that it's not going to be like a large quantity, and I think this time it's actually not intended for Team Covenant. They might get some because they do they are a store that hosts events and
yeah,
stuff, I believe. So like all stores and innkeepers, they're entitled to some, but I think it will be directed strategically with the purpose, the fundamental purpose of onboarding new stores and trying to grow what's something I think they should have done a year ago with a different go-to-market strategy, to be fair, but try to proliferate the store network and get people on board. The best time to do that was a year ago when the product was hot, when there was a lot of buzz, a lot of attention. Alpha was a home run success. Beta was very well received. But nevertheless, here we are. So fine, they're trying to get more stores on board. But the issue is the communications. Like, I
yeah.
think it would have been better not to say anything about this plan until the plan was finalized and you could fully articulate what the plan actually is. Because now it's just like, hey, we're going to direct it, blah, 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 very high level. And people's like, well, what the hell does that mean? Like, you could another like full scale reprint? Like, what do you mean you get to direct it? You could direct it like you did last time, or when all went to Singapore and like Brazil's still waiting and
Yeah.
whatever. Europe, I don't know if maybe eventually they got theirs. I don't know if they did or not yet.
Yeah, Europe did. Yeah, they did.
Did they
Finally
finally?
get it. And
Okay.
the Nordics, I think, finally got it. I mean, they got it real late.
Yeah.
But I do think the interesting thing about communication is that Eris Curiosa typically they don't provide a lot of information. They like the mystique and the idea and the mystery. They do like that. They want the set to be a surprise.
Yeah.
But I think at this point, maybe with the way the optics looked, with that whole here's the reprint, that little announcement that happened, courtesy of Kevmo, and then with the dump of Arthurian Legends, which I fully expected. I think we all fully expected. As soon as Wave 2 hit, we know that there are people that are going to dump the product. Whatever product it is, there are people that dump the product. It doesn't matter what it is. Pokemon Magic, they dump it to get their money real fast.
Yeah.
So I think the problem was at that point, I almost think there should have been some communication from Eris Curiosa saying, hey, we are aware that Arthurian Legends is being sold below map. We don't approve of it. It's happening. We're, whatever, some sort of a formal communication. And I think that that's probably where the company really needs to work on. I get that they want the mystery, but they also need to control the narrative. They don't need chumps like me speculating. That's not what they want. They don't. I'm out here, I'm the warmonger. I'm burning down the sorcery community. I'm committing war crimes. That's what I do. I hate sorcery, apparently. So, like, control the narrative. That's where I think with their communication, get out there, control the narrative. Don't let people go crazy on certain Facebook groups, or try to make an announcement in some way that hints towards, they're trying to address it or they're aware of it or something like that, and control the narrative. That's important. And I think that's what they really haven't done is try to control that narrative to minimize the damage. That's what they need to do, right? Minimize the damage so that we can grow the player base, so we can have more players.
Yeah, so I've heard that theory about like they like to surprise the market, and like someone on the Discord made this like comment like, oh, this is kind of like a like the old school vibe, like you never knew what the hell was going on and stuff. I was like, what? Like I think like from a creative aspect, they want there to be surprises with the
Yes.
product. Like, what are the cards in the product? What are the new mechanics? The creative aspect, like the gameplay stuff and the art, like what new artists are coming, and we're gonna surprise you with like some big time new artists. But they don't want surprises with business plans and
No.
business execution.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
like that's going too far. I
Yeah.
think
Yeah.
like you need, but it's like it's very hard to communicate as a company because like you could absolutely say too much, which I think is
Yes.
what happened here. You could say it too prematurely, which I think
Yeah.
is what happened here. Because like it'd be better if nothing was said, and then
Yeah.
like once you fully knew what your plan was, you were ready to execute that plan and be like, hey, you know, in the coming months or whatever, we're going to have some more beta directed to store and these store kits. This is what the store kit is. This is what the purpose of it is. This is who it's going to, where it's going to, blah, 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 right? Because they're going to make an announcement like that to some effect at some point because they got to gauge interest and they got to figure out who
Yeah.
actually wants it. That's the time to say it. There's like, you can say too much and you can say too little. Now you've said that, and now like chaos has commenced, and I think they're just waiting for it to blow over and think people are overreacting, and that's probably true to some extent, but it can spiral, it can snowball, and it does have an impact on the market. And yes, they say they don't comment on the secondary market, but of course every creator watches the secondary market. It impacts their business, they have to do that. And I think it does influence their decisions. You know, they have like proactive strategic plans, but they also need to be reactive to some extent and say like, hey, the market really doesn't need this product anymore with all our metrics, with Play Network and whatnot. It's being played all over the place or not. And like, you know, the valuations of stuff make sense. Or if we print more, it's at risk. We're going to lose the collector base. And you really want to have the broadest market possible. You want to have collectors and you want to have players. So
Yes.
it's a balancing act.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. Yeah. And I will say though, back to them wanting things like the cards and stuff to be a mystery, that can be a bit of a handicap. Because here's the thing: one of the best ways to get around, all this bad, is to throw out a little good, right?
yeah.
Throw out one of these things that you don't ever hardly ever talk about, and distract the crowd with
Hmm.
the magic, right? Man behind the curtain, here's the cool stuff, and then you can let the community move on to talk about something exciting. And the thing that's going to excite the community are the things they want to keep a mystery.
Hmm. Yeah, they could do more with like someone was saying they don't want everything to be a mystery. Put some teasers out there. Like, I mean, at Sorcery Con, we got a little taste of we
Yeah,
got some new stuff, right? But it was
yeah,
like, so when was the first time before that? I want to say we had the Arthurian Legends release, which is fine. That was in October. Sorcery Con happened with like a month after that. Then we got more information. I mean, the pacing there was okay. I felt like there was a massive lull between beta and
yes,
Arthurian Legends, where
yeah,
there could have come a point before spoiler season where the company was putting out like a card per week. If you have a 220 set thing, a card per week, you could do that for 3 months, and it's like 12 cards, right? Like big
yeah,
deal. That's nothing. It's like a
yeah,
tiny like insignificant percentage, and then it keeps like keeps the interest and the juice, and like it's telling the market like, why do you want to buy Arthurian Legends, instead of surprising them with everything a month before and being like, whammy, like make a quick
yeah,
decision and buy it, right? Like you
yeah,
want to build up that momentum, be like, holy shit, this is looking awesome, this is looking awesome. So that's
yeah,
something to look forward to for the Dragon Lord release, and then also the next set release. But I think the problem is, and why we don't get a lot of information on the business side, is because of the lack of visibility in delivery timelines and third-party
yeah,
dependencies, because that's been so hosed up. Like I think Simon made a comment that a boat was stuck at customs somewhere and
yeah.
like
That
way
was
backed
Europe.
up, and
That was Europe.
yeah.
Yeah, that's
So
what
like,
held up beta for Europe was that boat. It just got
yeah,
stuck.
right. So some of it's out of their control. The only thing that you can control is what you do or do not communicate.
Yes.
There's inevitably going to be third party dependencies. Someone's going to f up your binders. Someone's going to like, stuff's going to get lost at sea,
Yeah.
like the painting for Gen Con.
Yeah,
Things
yeah.
are
Well,
going to
and I'm
like
worried
get
about, the
delayed.
next thing's going to be the sleeves rip. You put your cards in, or you shuffle with your sleeves, and it's ripping the sleeves real easy, because that's a very common problem
Yeah.
with cheap sleeves. When you
Hmm.
shuffle, they tear.
Yeah. Yeah, I think someone made a comment like, didn't they test this product? Like, yeah, I think of course they tested it. I'm sure they were
Yeah,
sent like plenty of sample product to test, and that quality was high. But then when you go like when you produce something on a small scale, it's going to
yeah,
be of the utmost quality. That's easy. It's when you
yeah,
mass produce it and the machine's cranking, the salami slicer, as I like to say,
yeah,
with the cut issues, and when that's cranking at full speed and doing it like for hour after hour, you're going to have some possible product issue, like
yeah.
production issues, and hopefully they went with like a credible printer. I'm sure they did their homework. I don't know if it was the same one as the alpha binders because the alpha ones were pretty good.
Yeah, that's the
But
thing. That's why I don't understand what's going on because if it's the same printer as the Alpha folks, now I guess the one argument could be, well, they didn't make as many Alpha binders.
yeah,
And so maybe it's just the scale that they had to do with these three. Something got misaligned as it was working, and then blah.
yeah,
But I don't understand if there was not quality control at the end, right? You would think that some of these finished products were being checked before they went into the boxes to be shipped. And I,
it's really bad on the not Eric Curiosa, the manufacturing company.
yes,
Like I don't know what the hell they're doing with their product control. I'm sure like Eric and Simon are like absolutely furious about this.
oh, they should be. And they have
You
every
know,
right to be. They should be
yeah.
totally pissed.
Yeah, and it's like then it's like a tough comms problem too because you're like you don't want to throw your supplier under the bus unless like you're just gonna like turn the page on them and be like F you guys,
Yeah.
we're
Yeah.
moving on to the next, and then you just come out and be like, hey, we got burned by a supplier. That's what I would
Yeah.
say. You know,
Yeah.
like this did not meet Eric's Curiosa standard. We are a premium TCG. We take great pride in the craftsmanship of our work. That's why we do all hand painted, handcrafted artwork. You know, we're dedicated to that. You see the quality and attention to detail on our card and gameplay design. This is not us, you know,
Yeah.
so apologize, move on. So
Yeah.
we'll see how that's handled.
Yeah.
There's what I wanted to go to this comment here. This guy Crosswalk's always got some like strong opinions on things. If you're buying into Sorcery, you're agreeing to live in Eric's universe. He's going to ride this game until it's done and move on. Just enjoy what we have while it's here. So he's of the mind like they don't owe us anything in terms of communications. It's they do what they want. That's absolutely true in terms of Eric does whatever the hell he wants. Like
Yeah.
obviously annual releases, a lot of unconventional stuff, hand painted art. You know, it takes longer. There's a lot more risk in that, a lot more lead time on things. Yeah, the annual set release that's a big one too. There's a lot of risk in that. No one's attempted that to my knowledge or successfully attempted that. So, like, what is the right pace? What does that mean? Like, we all want to compare to other TCGs that come out quarterly and say like what this company should be doing when we're bored in between annual sets for collectors. Maybe players are okay for the most part, but collectors kind of get stale, and then it's up to content creators if the company's not churning out interesting content and stuff. So it's a lot of unknowns, and like the market is not conditioned to handle it. So people are
Yeah.
going to love it or hate it, and I think some people are going
Society's
to
not
wash out.
conditioned to handle it.
Yeah, I think it'll appeal to some people, like a more patient and tolerant portion of the market or personality. Because I've seen like I feel like at Alpha I noticed a lot of people I saw like in the Flesh and Blood scene and other games were involved in this Kickstarter, or a lot of people that just buy not just I'm not talking just Flesh and Blood scene, but a lot of people just buy into Kickstarters.
Sure.
But there was a lot of like community carryover from other games, MetaZoo type people,
Yeah.
Kickstarter type people, Pokemon type people. A lot of those people when Alpha rocketed, I saw those were the people that were listing stuff. They
Yeah.
kind of like washed out. Great, good for them. They made like a big profit and they went and bought the game they love, Magic or
Yeah.
Fab or Pokemon or whatever the hell, MetaZoo. So they're gone. That was the first wave of changeover. Then we went to beta. Players started to adopt it more. I think I saw like a lot of the original. There was the one thing was with the annual release, a lot of people that were super passionate about the product and active in the pre-alpha era before Kickstarter, kind of like went away. A certain faction of them, they went away for the year and they started resurfacing a little bit when beta popped up, and then beta was kind of more the same to them because they had a bunch of alpha, and then it disappeared again. 6 to 9 months later, they show up for Arthurian Legends, and
Yeah.
like that's kind of like an interesting dynamic too, and kind of sad to see as someone that's like really active in Discord and Facebook. You want to see those people you've become friends with and talk to a lot, but
Yeah.
they just fall off the map for 6 months
Yeah.
and then they come
Yeah.
back. I think that's kind of the dynamic of this game.
It is. And that, I mean, really, that's what it's designed to be. A one
Yeah.
year per one set per year, that schedule incentivizes people to keep this as their secondary game, to come in and out as they see fit, and know that they can come back to the game after 2 or 3 years and not have missed a ton, and can quickly get, to be able to play the decks they want to play very quickly, because they're not dealing with 5,000 cards having been released.
Yeah.
So I think that is the dynamic that we're going to experience in Sorcery. The question is, can it work? Can we make that work? And I think it can work. I just think it's new, and when things are new, people struggle to wrap their mind around it.
Yeah. But it's like, how do you do it? How do you do it
Yeah,
effectively? And like, you don't really, as a company, I don't think you want people to come and go. I think they might say that that's okay. Like, hey, it's
yeah,
casual. You play with as your little side game. No one wants to be someone else's side game, I don't
yeah.
think. I mean, as long as you're like financially, fiscally viable, I guess, like you'd be happy with a passionate core, and then other people coming and going and dabbling, as long as like net revenues and profits are reasonable to sustain the project. But, yeah, I think they should be invested in trying to retain people for the year, especially the player base. I think they will. I don't
Yeah.
know. I haven't seen any evidence of like what they're doing really to appeal to collectors per se to stick around. I think that's kind of been up to the community, and I don't know how do you appeal to collectors. I think they can do it by telling the development stories and telling the art development stories to some
I
extent.
I don't think so. I
No?
think, yeah, I think collectors, you need things to collect.
Yeah, you need
And
product.
if you
Yeah,
don't have those things, and especially if you're not into APs or art, I think it becomes very hard to keep collectors engaged with a once per year release, unless they're a hoarder type, someone who wants to get, someone who sets some weird objective. I'm going to get every single copy of an ordinary from Alpha, the foil ordinary of this card. I'm going to get as many copies as I can. You
yeah,
know, I mean, if you have someone who's doing something really weird like that, okay, but there just aren't a lot of people like that out there. So
yeah.
I think it's very hard to consistently appeal to collectors, unless people figure out, you know what? I don't need to rush getting my foil set. I should
Hmm.
wait, should let some prices settle, maybe get a better price by waiting a couple of months. And I think that I know I made this mistake with my non-foil set with the Thurian Legends. I was so eager to get it done that I didn't take time to collect it. I've got a whole year to get this set. And I think that that's a mindset that maybe the sorcery community can adopt, and we can start advertising to people that we bring in the game. Look, if you're a collector, don't panic about getting it all at once.
Hmm.
Take your time, enjoy the process, enjoy the pursuit, especially if you're after curios or a foil set.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. The collector dynamic's interesting. I think they did make the foils extremely rare, such that it would take time. There would be value. Value means you can't afford it all at once. It takes time to acquire it. I think some of these dynamics work in favor of the art market, honestly, because people can get paintings over time. They can get artist proofs and altars over
Yeah.
time. Because they're expensive and valuable. You can't have it all at once. So that becomes like a collector angle for
Yes.
people. But I mean that isn't obviously something I'd expect the company to promote because they don't profit from that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
like, how can a company do that? How can they retain interest for a year? I don't know. Some guys were talking in a Discord to like, this is Eric's passion project, and
Hmm.
I really think like that. There's a lot of truth to that. Like
Yeah.
they're scaling it. First of all, I think it wildly exceeded expectations, and
Yeah.
they all but admitted. They think essentially admitted that for alpha, but even beyond that, and the way that the company or the community has taken to it, and we've held big events. The spring social and then Sorcery Con, with hundreds of people, probably blew away their expectations in their first couple years of the project. And with the annual release, some people want it every 6 months or 9 months, others love the 1 year, but some do want like two sets a year. And I don't think Eric has any interest in that because he doesn't. I don't want to say he doesn't want to work that hard because he's working his ass off and has to now
Yeah.
because of the success of the game, and he needs to keep this pace and momentum going. But I think he doesn't. He also I was talking to one of his friends, and he was that he worked with at Grinding Gear Games, and he was saying that like in the early phases of like that company or any company in early stage infancy of a new entrepreneurial endeavor, that's a lot of fun. You know the whole team. I think Eric kind of talked about this a little bit. Like we know each other. It's kind of like a family. It's very personal. As the company grows, you get more detached. It becomes like all business, right? And kind of sucks the fun out of it, and you're just driving the corporate machine. So I think being a passion project, I think Eric likes it small. He likes the controlled once a year release, and that's something that people are going to have to accept or reject. And we're going to see some churn in this early year or two.
Yeah.
Inevitable. It's not going to be for everybody. Some of us will stay and some of us will go. And I think they're not going to change to try to optimally scale it and grow it as fast as possible.
Yeah, no, they're definitely not going to do that. And that, I mean, that is the one thing that anyone playing sorcery or collecting sorcery needs to understand. This is all up to Eric. At the end of the day, if he gets tired of guys like me bitching about his product, and he's like, you know what, this is too much hassle.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can walk away, and that's it. It's over.
Uh-huh. All right, let me see some of the comments. Unless you want to go to another topic, we'll pick up some of the conversation. Let me see. So long one. I'll use myself as an example. One set a year. I bought shitloads of alpha and beta. I've opened 3 boxes of AL because it's a smaller set, and I don't need the FOMO in as a collector. I mean, yeah, that's the other thing. The pacing of product, like to sustain for a year, I think they should do smaller releases further apart. Waves.
Yeah, waves.
They said they're going to do waves of AL. That was the other interesting thing from the interview, just to talk about briefly. Like some people thought they heard that they're going to have these 2 or 3 waves of AL and that's it. They printed once and it's done. Right? I think you and I talked about this. There's a difference between we printed it all at once, we're storing it somewhere in a warehouse or something, and then like we're going to release it in a controlled manner over time. That's one thing. Or we're just going to like the same quantity, we're going to reprint several times. It's the same net effect. What matters is what's the total amount you printed and when do you release it. And then if they were doing that and they could control the timing and the supply chain logistics, you would look at the secondary market and say like, you know, gauge how well it's being absorbed and say we just had a big wave 1. Now we just had a big wave 2, you know, prices plummeted down below $100 a little bit, but now it's back to MSRP. So maybe the market can absorb another wave.
I was being offered boxes at $87.50, so
it
got way below 100.
Okay, so he's saying like Simon said that one print. I think what he said was, when it's done, which means nothing. When you're done printing, you're done printing. No shit, right?
Yeah.
I don't know what that means. You know, like I don't think what he said like had any substance. I think people are reading too much into that. So like there could be 5 more waves for all we know, or there could be 1 or 2 more waves. We have no idea based on what he said. It was my only point. Yeah. His point was though, like they have a plan for it. It sounds like, and then when they're done printing it, that's it. But yeah, that's common sense. That's any game. When you're done printing, you're done printing. What does that even mean? That has no meaning. But I don't know. So the thing is now, like we're hearing, there's going to be box prices kind of stabilized. Do you track like the sales throughput? It's kind of funny. I hear some of these other.
I do look at some of that. Yeah.
Some of these other like podcasts and content creators and stuff are being like, oh, it's selling like a few boxes a day. Like, is that good? I mean, to me, that sounds. It's a worldwide game. A few boxes a day. How is that good? That's nothing.
That's solid for a small game. You got to remember, we're talking about scale, right? So scale matters. You know, this isn't Magic. This isn't Pokemon. You know, for an indie TCG, if you're regularly selling, you know, multiple boxes every day, that's good. So the sell-through rate of Arthurian Legends has been excellent. It was wild when it was, you know, in that $90, $95 range. The boxes were just flying, which was fantastic. Yeah. Which is why I would argue that might have been the better price point to begin with. But, you know, the regular sell-through rate, it doesn't have to be 500 boxes a day or even 100 boxes a day. Regular sell-through at lower levels for smaller games is just fine and very healthy.
Yeah. Okay. Someone said there was an announcement. Was this guy busting my chops here, or was there actually an announcement? There's no way. they're gonna make an announcement on like the day of binder release.
Yeah, I can't think
He must
unless
be,
they drove to the warehouse and opened up the boxes.
yeah. He got me there. He made me look. Oh, all right. I don't know. There's a lot of chatter in like the Discord. What they said?
Yeah.
They did? Where's the Oh, hang on a second. They said there was an announcement. Holy shit. This is big if true.
Yeah.
Oh. Wait a minute.
What does it say?
Yeah, Frogman Dan. All right. Oh, wow. All right, so at Eric's Curiosa, we believe in delivering uncompromised excellence. In short, the binders didn't cut it. In our initial investigation indicates that you made a binder purchase. Oh, if our sorry, let me read this. In short, the binders didn't cut it. In our initial investigation indicates that you made a binder purchase. Okay, so this must have been like an email communication that went to people that purchased. There was too much variance in the pocket sizes. As a result, cards were not stored as intended in the binders when sleeved. We acted on this immediately, and we feel that the binders are not reflective of the product we wanted to launch at for our customers. It's kind of small. While we continue to resolve this problem on our end, we believe our customers should never bear the impact of such issues. For us to live up to our vision of excellence and expectations of our community, has of Sorcery Contestant Realm, the resolution is simple. We will, so two options here, issue a refund for all binders purchased, or refund all refund all shipping charges for any order that included a binder. We are truly sorry that a product made it to market that fell below our expectation. It's funny, we were just talking about this. Like, this would be the way to say, like, own it and say, like, because we didn't want this to be reputational damage to the company. And this is great. Because they're saying, like, this doesn't represent what Eric's Curios is all about. We're a premium company. We believe in premium products. We are truly sorry that a product made to market that fell below our own expectations, despite our best efforts with the product specification, sampling, and quality assurance. So they're saying they did do their due diligence, and they were kind of surprised by this. What our customers have received is not part of our vision, and for that, we take full responsibility. Please enjoy the binders on us. All right, so you could either keep it. I don't know why you'd send it back if you just keep it. We're going to take some time to review how we manufacture binders going forward. Sincerely, thank you for your understanding and continued support as we rebuild your trust. All right, so that's good communications.
Bravo! Bravo! About time.
There we go. Yeah.
It's what we like.
Yep.
It's what we want. Control the narrative.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Someone DM'd me to me, so thanks, Rook, for doing that too. Yeah, so yeah, that's good. That was well handled because they got out front of it quickly. They saw it was spiraling. People were upset. It would have been very damaging, honestly, reputationally, that like you just put out a junk product. It's just such a bad feel. You can't afford too many feel bads at the early stage of indie TCG. There's just too many options. Too many have effed up and fell and showed careless disregard for customers. So yeah, good on them on this one. That's awesome.
Yeah,
I didn't order any, so I don't have to deal with it.
That's fantastic. I mean, that's going to be a huge financial hit. I'm hoping the manufacturer is going to be footing the bill.
Yeah, I mean, if they didn't deliver like a quality product, and I'm sure maybe the company acquired some too and sent it back and show the evidence to say like it didn't meet spec, right? Or,
yeah.
I don't know, or maybe the manufacturer owned it themselves too, but yeah. So I guess the unfortunate thing is here we are with no binders again.
Yeah,
people wanted them so bad for so long, and
yeah.
It's
poor Crojack, he is gonna be.
It's whatever, man. There's so many. It's the other unfortunate thing is it's a missed revenue opportunity for the company. Like this company only like prints and sells product a few times a year.
Yeah.
So, the accessories is like another revenue channel that they identified as a way to make money. And here this one's a bust and they won't make any money on these binders now.
Yeah.
So that kind of sucks. But, maybe the sleeves are okay. Maybe the T-shirts and the hoodies. And there's only so many binders, I guess you would sell anyway. Maybe sleeves are more at scale.
I think a lot of people bought those binders. I know some guy who said he bought 12 because he bought through multiple accounts.
Oh, there we go. Wave 1 binders were officially short printed. Summer binders coming soon. That actually could be true. We might see summer binders if they try to do this again. I don't know. Like I thought almost like like when MetaZoo came out, it tried to boil the ocean. Like, we're gonna get in freaking Target and Walmart and like be
Yeah.
worldwide and like do skateboards and all this stupid shit, right? Like, you gotta focus. If you got a 10, 11 person team, you're kind of like, the supply chain on the core product, the box, is hosed up. Focus the team on that.
Yeah.
Don't focus on the Discord and this and that, like chatting in Discord. Don't focus on trying to sell these accessories. Maybe they have to for the extra revenue stream.
Yeah.
But they're taking on a lot. They're doing that. They're doing store network. They're doing the Cardi.io for the Play network. There's been some hiccups with the software there. Get that figured out. Get supply chain for the core product figured out. Figure out warehousing at local hubs so you can have a uniform worldwide release for the first time. Like, those are the big like needle moving things that are going to build confidence in your player base, your collector base, and your potential store customers. And go to events. Show the product to people.
Yes. Yeah.
Because like the excuse for not doing that with beta, well, one, they're a small team. They didn't have time. The second was the kind of like, excuse sounds harsh. I'm not trying to be harsh with that. But the rationale for not doing aggressive marketing was they didn't have product to offer.
Yeah.
So by their own design to some extent, like I was talking about earlier, I think that was the case for beta a year ago. Now they have plenty of Arthurian Legends.
Yeah.
All the stores can get it. Go to events. And like, to be fair, it's the holiday season. There's not a lot of events right now.
Yeah.
Actually, there are like a lot of Magic events, seems like constantly. But
yeah,
go to these conventions after the new year. Go to one a quarter. Show people the product. Get the big boost, like we talked about at Gen Con, Spiel Essen. Find a couple others in between. People are going to get exposure to it. They're going to love it like we did because of the art and then the gameplay.
Yeah.
And boom, it'll be off to the races. That's why I think there's still huge potential for the game. And the other like positive was it is like so small, like an unknown. Like a lot of people still have never heard of it. That like all these like issues and mistakes and learning as you go is getting worked out at a time where it doesn't have max exposure to a big market that's just going to walk. There's still potential to appeal to a lot of people that are going to discover it for the first time. And hopefully by then you have your act together with all these like core issues with product quality and distribution.
Yeah. 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 No, I think, they've got to get to events though. I just got my invitation for Gen Con today. Get ready to register. So, I'm glad they're going to Gen Con again, but I'd really like it to see them pick up a number of other events next year, and I'd like to see them do it sooner rather than later. I'm afraid they're going to wait till summer convention season. I'd like for them to pick up something in March or April and go to that. I don't know what those events would be, but find something,
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like there's enough out like multi-game conventions, or I don't know, maybe like in the board game scene. They go to board game convention. I don't know. Yeah, I think
they could even potentially go to Comic Con conventions potentially. Comic Cons tend to have a lot of variety with them, so they could target some of the larger Comic Cons potentially even. So lots of options, lots of different things where they would find crowds that, tend to have a lot of similar interests.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. What else is going on? Ivan's begging to pop in here. He's been spiraling all over the socials. But let's see. What other topics are going? Did we miss any of the hot issues or topics? Or like I've been watching a lot of gameplay. Oh wait. He keeps saying he wants a 3-way. It's a little awkward. But a lot of I've been watching like the gameplay videos lately, like this guy Bruce. I forgot like some of the channels, but like these guys that like rank the cards in S tier. There's this roasted turkey guy.
Yeah,
I think
Golden Eagle cards.
Yeah, Golden Eagle's one, and then some of them talk about like decks and like what decks were used at Sorcery Con or some of these other Roaring Turkey and Golden Eagle. So I've been listening to some of those, and it's actually pretty interesting, like even like from a collector's perspective, because again, like collectors want to know what the good cards are and what's appealing to people. Like, and plus, like I've played a lot of other games, so I can relate to it, and it's fun to know like what these paintings do.
Yes. Yeah.
And like how they combo with other cards and what's relevant. Even like with all these new avatars coming on, I always thought the avatar strategy was interesting because there was a lot of avatars in alpha. I
Yeah.
thought I thought it could have been simplified by just going with the 4 elemental avatars and then introducing all these others. But I mean, you talk about the annual releases. If you're someone brand new to the game, how many were there? Like 9 avatars in alpha? Do you recall?
Let's see. There were the
Had to be
five
at least.
elites, the sorcerer, the four, and then the Pathfinder was the one unique, right? Is that right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that was the one unique. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you had like 9 or so and 4 elemental avatars. That's a lot of
It's a
you
lot of
know,
variety.
yeah, a lot of variety, especially if you're not like trying to play competitively and you're just experimenting at home with different stuff, not trying to net deck it or whatever at
Yeah.
curiosa.io. Um, Let me see. What's he saying about our boy Rosado? Rosado has started posting more
Yeah.
stuff on his channel too. Yeah, yeah, he
Yeah.
did.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
his are a little more hardcore because he's talking about deck tech and
Yeah.
I struggle with it. Like I can't like watch the ones where people are playing on tabletop simulator and stuff like that. I'm not into that. I just like discussion about
Yeah.
like what
Yeah.
the meta is, what the popular cards are. Kind of like I always think like the combo discussion is like really interesting. Like
Yeah.
what pairings of cards work synergistically together.
Yeah.
What's because you get context for like what's good, why it's not good. It doesn't have enough support. You know, you get a lot of discussion about avatars that do or don't have
Yeah.
sufficient
Yeah.
support. But Rosado's good, man. He's a good player. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, Zalem. He said he wishes Zalem did more videos. He's busy
Yeah.
running a business, man.
Yeah. Yeah. He's got three. He's got three
But
locations, right?
oh, does he?
Yeah. I think he's got three locations. He's a busy man.
Yeah, good for him. Yeah, his videos are awesome now. I like his no bullshit like takes on stuff too. He's like,
Yeah.
who's gonna play this card?
Yeah. Yeah.
Whereas other guys are like S tier, A tier, and like his assessment of it is like no chance. Like
Yeah.
maybe it works for constructed. Who's playing for this in
Yeah.
or like in draft, you know, but like in constructed, forget about it.
Yeah. I will say one thing that's going on the rule side of the game. This hiring of Ira to make him the rule guy,
Yeah.
they need to do a massive cleanup of a lot of these corner cases for the rules because it's causing a lot of problems and it makes it very difficult to convince people to play it because once they run into these things, they can be turnoffs. One of the
Yeah.
big things that are happening right now is you can declare illegal targets.
Mhm.
So you can declare illegal targets, and then by the time because typically it's move and attack, so you're allowed to declare an illegal target, and then as long as your move gets you to where you need to be for the target to be legal, it's okay. But it creates all sorts of weird problems. Some of it has great flavor, but the whole you can do illegal targets is really
Yeah.
starting to it could cause a lot of problems in the future. So I'm really
Yeah.
looking forward to a cleanup of all the rules. I mean, have you ever seen the comprehensive rule document?
I mean, I have the book. I never like poured through
Okay,
it. I
so
looked at the pictures.
there's a comprehensive rule document for the league,
Yeah.
and it's like 120 pages.
120? Jesus.
Yeah, yeah. Now
Yeah, no,
a lot of it's like
I'm not a
individual
reader,
card
man.
facts,
You're not
but
gonna
that's still a
convince me
lot.
to read. Yeah.
Yeah.
I want like a stupid like they need to have a very streamlined tutorial. I could YouTube it and I could watch it at like 1.5 to 2x speed and it's still comprehensible. That is the dream tutorial.
Well, I think
Just like I
think
need to fix my
Rudisaurus made that.
sink or something. Did he?
Rudisaurus made that. Yeah,
All right, good
Archive
for
of the
him.
Realms.
Okay.
He made a very clean, clear
Yeah.
how to play the game.
But the company needs to like have that and have it like hosted on the website for
Yeah,
everyone to discover. Like, what is this game? Okay, I go to the site, I see these simple videos, just like I'm
Yes.
buying a product on Amazon, and then I'm trying to figure out how to assemble it. I need it for a dummy, you know, step
Yeah.
by step. But yeah, I was looking at this card. Let me go to Seagrave. You got to help me with this one. Like to your point here, it's reminded me of like something I was looking at the other day. I might have a few Seagrave paintings coming to market sooner or later for auction. There's this card, Rift Valley.
Yeah.
And it says, an elite site of earth torn asunder. You may pull apart a partial row or column to make a void in which to play this. I
Yes.
have no effing clue what that means.
So
Like I played the game one time. I was like, how do you pull apart
yeah,
a partial row or a column to make a void?
yeah. So like if you've got like you know how the board, right, has multiple sites. So let's say there are two sites together. You
Yeah.
literally pull them apart and you can put the Rift Valley right in the middle.
All right, so it
As
creates
long as
the
there's space, right? If the row is full, the row or the column, if they're full, you can't pull it apart. You can't destroy a site in the process. But if there's space on one end or the other of a row or column, you can pull it apart to put a site in. And that
oh.
card's actually especially
Oh, you
abusive.
could put an extra site in between the
You put the Rift Valley in the middle of them.
Oh shit. Oh, that's
And what
sweet.
makes that even more abusive is it doesn't have to be next to one of your sites.
Wow.
So if your opponent, you know, if on his back row, if he's put two sites on his back row, you can literally pull them apart and put that Rift Valley in there and have a place to immediately attack his back row from.
So without you explaining that to me,
Yeah.
how would I know that? Would I have to go read a rule book, or would I
You'd
have to
go
find
look up
someone
the
that plays the
fact.
game? Or
Yeah, you'd have to go
there's
to the
a fact that
Curiosa
explains the
fact
card?
and, you know.
All right, well, good on them for having a fact. Like they have one
Oh,
for
yeah.
each card that kind of explains how it works.
They have an extensive fact. Now, it doesn't cover everything.
Yeah.
There are some really weird things with like, there's a rule about declaring defenses afterwards that's tied to Zephyr airship. The word traverse is defined in Wall of Ice. So it's stuff like that that's so complex and problematic, and they need to codify it all.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. Because, like, yeah, as a new player, I mean, some of these things are a little, that's not intuitive. Like, it takes, like, some.
Not at all. Yeah, no. That's what they've got to fix.
How do players feel about that? People to play a lot of games. Will you go read facts and read extensive rule books and stuff? I mean, that was never my style. I want to play like Hearthstone, where it's like any moron can, like, if you practice enough, you get good at it, and it's intuitive. Like you can figure it out.
When I'm
It's
judging,
commonsensical.
I literally have my phone on Curiosa and the comprehensive rule book pulled up, and whenever I get a judge call, I'm ready to go to the fact or go to that comprehensive rule book.
Yeah, but you're a judge. I'm saying like the average is a casual game for the casual players. The average person, is that like a normal thing for someone picking up a new TCG, or like would someone with at least with experience with other TCG, like when I was at Sorcery Con, Brian Smith said like, hey, you know, I went to this one of the old school Magic events. They invited him to go, and they taught him a few games, and he's like, Mike, I really struggled with it. It was like pretty tough for me to like comprehend like really what to do. And like, so, you know, if I'm going to play again, I really got to like play with someone experienced. Like, what would you recommend? Should I play some other game first? And I was like, I don't know if you need to play another game. That's kind of like an abstract roundabout way to go about it.
Yeah.
Maybe just like play this one and like play with experienced people. So hopefully that's good advice. But
yeah. I mean, that's what you got to do. Find someone who knows how to play the game. And, you know, and you got to remember the rules question Discord in the main. It's very active. There's people answering those questions 24/7 a day. And that's really very helpful. And I think that resource is one of the best things about Sorcery, because you can go in there and ask questions, and eventually you'll notice that some of us, like myself, will start posting stuff from that fact to you. And then it's like, teach a man to fish.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. People just want it spoon-fed to them. I'm kind of
but some of those people don't. Eventually, they're like, "Oh, there's this place I can go," and you don't need to bother these people. So
yeah. So this guy's saying the official Sorcery Discord rules channel is GOAT. I've always thought that's the best use case for an official company Discord. Like, make it all rules, gameplay centric entirely. Not a bunch of people in there bullshitting about this and that, trying to like control, foster, steer the community. There's other community groups to do that. That's just my personal opinion. I think that's a waste of time for the company to be in there chit chatting all day. Go there for rules. Go to these rules channels. Call it a rules channel, or the Sorcery Contested Realm rules official rules Discord, and be a resource for players with all that other extra noise. Because I think a lot of the problems we've had is with the casual communications, like unofficial announcements, things said here and there. People are hearing like bits of pieces of information and piecing together the wrong conclusion, and then it snowballs and spirals. It's just a little dysfunctional, and it's not like, as Simon often says, at scale or centralized. It's decentralized, because it's amongst like the 20 people that are active there daily and nobody else. So it doesn't have broad reach.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Yeah, I agree with the rules channel. Like I see people popping off in there all the time, and that's great. You need that for a complex game like this. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. I thought they were busting my chops about that announcement.
Well, I mean, I'm really glad they did it. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
and again, this is what I wish they would have done when the map dumps, the dumps below
The
map had happened. I wish they
oh
had come out with something. I don't know how they would frame it. Just say we're aware. Yes, it's a violation. We're going to see what we can do. Just to control the narrative. Because
yeah.
if you can control the narrative, then you can make the optics look less disastrous.
Yeah, and like just to tweak what you said there, like I don't think they don't want to be perceived as reacting to the secondary market or being
Yeah.
influenced in any way by the secondary market. The way to address it is like, hey, we made this statement. We're not ready to go to market with this beta reprint yet. We have a plan that's going to be maybe at a high level. You make some high level statement of what the objective of it is.
Yeah.
We're strategically doing this to grow the player base of the game or whatever.
Yeah.
Right? So it's going to be controlled, and this is the intent.
Yeah.
Something that clarifies the intent, really.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people, clearly by like the chatter and all the social media forums and the price action, concluded that this is a full-scale additional print.
Yeah.
And they treated it as such. That's why prices plummeted, because they were like, oh, F it, overprinting. But that's not what it's about.
And it was in a 90-minute podcast.
Yeah.
Who listens to 90-minute podcasts? I don't have time.
It's a needle in a haystack, just like our 2-hour
it's
talks.
like, I listen, I turn them on, and I try to listen, but there are parts where I phase out because I'm doing other stuff, and I come back to it. And if I only heard that little part, I'm not going to be happy.
Yeah. Well, are you standing up right now? Do you stand through these whole talks?
Sure do.
That must be rough, man. That must get tiring. Someone was asking earlier if you're wearing pants in these videos.
Yeah, no. I stand at work, so I do this all day at work. I'm used to this.
So, you do? Yeah. You stand all day? Damn, that's tough.
Yeah. Hey, it worked. I used to be a lot bigger guy, so this actually helped a lot.
Yeah, nice. Getting slim.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't know about that, but
Yeah. Let's see. What questions or topics do people have in chat? I don't know how much time you have. If you get burnt out, you're free to drop off whenever. But I wanted to see. I think we hit all the major themes of things.
Yeah, I think so.
Things like slowed. I mean, do you see this seasonally with other games and stuff? Like it gets kind of slow in December, or so it's just popping off all the time?
Oh well, I mean, yeah, just because of the holidays, yeah. But
yeah.
But you don't see the type of slowness. I mean, here's the thing: Magic's got Innistrad Remastered coming out, and Pokemon's got Prismatic Evolutions coming out, and people are freaking out over that already.
Yeah.
And they're putting money into it. So, is there a slowdown because people are busy, and are their forums and stuff probably slower? I'm sure they are, but I don't think their sales are slower.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think like some of the Discords have gotten like pretty quiet in recent weeks. I attribute that to the holidays. I think the Facebook community group is like very active really every day, and even more so when there's some drama going on.
Yes, yeah.
But that's been like pretty active consistently all the time.
Yeah. But no, I mean,
growth,
we're 2 weeks
been
for Christmas.
Flows. Yeah.
I mean, 2 weeks before Christmas, everyone's shopping, getting stuff done. And like you mentioned, this is a game for folks who are a lot of middle-aged folks, and we've got kids and family obligations. So, we are really going to fade away during this time of the year.
Yeah, I'm curious, like this point here, she said it's not normal though. Pokemon market is a bit nuts. So
it is. Yeah, no, it's a little crazy, but
I don't know what to conclude from that though. Because to me, it's kind of like apples to oranges, because that's a massive established market.
Yeah, we can't even.
I would expect that to be popular during the holidays too, with the kid appeal and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But
yeah. Well, and I think especially with Pokemon being appealing to kids, right?
Yeah.
Things go in and out with kids. One day it's popular, the next day it's not. So not only do you have kids that are cycling in and out because it's not cool anymore to like Pokemon, but then also you've got folks who are who are investor types.
Adult. There's a lot of adult investors in Pokemon.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
those adult investors, just like anything, what's hot to buy changes. So,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it's on some kind of run, I guess. Like
oh yeah, no,
the
it's
singles and the boxes are really going nuts, and it's
yeah. No,
interesting
it's
that.
crazy right now. Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, I mean, Sorcery's been impacted by some statements, and I don't know. What do you think? What's your read on like how Arthurian Legends is being received? Aside from, I don't know, the indicators are kind of muddled by the beta comment. Like
Yeah, yeah.
it's
I
hard to
mean,
get a read on it.
again, for me, the cards themselves are
Mm-hmm.
fantastic. The cards are great. It's added a lot of new things. I think there are still plenty of things to explore in the set that's going to make for some very exciting things, but it's not going to last. We're going to run out of gas here in the next probably 3 to 4 months. So I'd really
Yeah.
like to see some earlier previews of set three start to hit at that point.
Well, we might be into mini set. We'll see how that rocks our world.
It's only 13 cards, man.
Hey.
I still,
It's
I
gonna
mean,
be a
even if it introduces
dungeon
a new
crawler.
format, it's like,
Dungeon crawler terrain
yeah,
aspects. So
yeah.
I
I
said I
mean,
was,
maybe it will, and that'd be
yeah,
fantastic. But I just 13 cards. That's all I see seeing.
yeah. So I told you when we were setting up that I got this painting in the mail today. I just noticed it over here, so I wanted to show you guys. So coming up, I gotta promote something. Coming up for auction next week. This is a sale from the artist, Alan Pollock. So it's kind of funny that it's coming through me because it's curio related. And I always bust the chops of the new curios. But
All
we got
right.
the Reckless Squire from Alan Pollock. So I'll get some good pictures of it, but it's on this like very thick hardboard, and Alan's like work is always like super polished. So
Yeah.
it's kind of funny. You see it on the card, and it kind of looks like a pretty simple, like almost like ho hum a little bit, like with the card in the card boxes. But in person, like of course, always like per Alex style, it looks like it was like a photograph. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
the one guy he often uses himself. I feel like as a reference. So like the rider with the
Yeah.
spear
Yeah.
thing. It
With the
looks just
lance.
like him.
Yeah.
It looks like a young version of him. Maybe it's
Yeah.
his son or something
Yeah.
with the lance. Yeah. So and then yeah, it's an impressive piece. Super polished per usual. So I'll put that out there later this week sometime. So how does the lance mechanic work in the game? The new lance.
So anything with lance and it's as a keyword when it comes into play, it has a lance, and the lance deals +1 damage on the next strike, and then it's destroyed.
Okay.
That's it. It's a very simple mechanic. It's probably not going to have a ton of impact on gameplay. A lot of those knights haven't seen a ton of play yet.
Yeah.
It's cool, but I don't know that it's going to be like a game defining mechanic. So we'll
Are
see.
the knights like are they highly relevant in draft format?
In
Like
draft, yeah, I mean they can be very useful, and especially in
yeah.
draft, every point of damage you can deal is very important. And of course, also the lance gives you first strike. That's another big advantage that
Oh.
the lance gives you. So you get that first
Hmm.
strike with +1 damage.
Interesting,
Um,
yeah.
so that really does help too. Um, and oddly enough, you can use the lance with ranged, so you can hurl the lance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, hmm. So I got this straight. He said Z and G. That guy's a bit of a douche. I don't like that guy. Z and G Emporium. The
Oh,
guy, he's kind of like a smug guy.
yeah.
In my experience, I know some of these PokeTubers. I used to watch some of them because some of them are like pretty interesting, like good.
Yeah.
Like there's this one guy, Jake from is it Pokenomics or one of those? This guy named Jake. He's like very thoughtful. He's like a psychologist, so he's got this like very like thoughtful approach and like just how he's wired and how he assesses and analyzes the market and stuff. I think he's kind of wealthy. His dad's like a art collector or something too, so his channel is pretty interesting. Anyway, I'm on a tangent there. So what is on that point about like Arthurian Legends like being the draft format? Like Eric made. Did you see the Eric interview from? You were involved in Siege at the Core, right?
Yeah.
The
Yeah. Yeah.
Belgium
Yeah.
tournament.
Yeah. Yeah. Sure was. Yeah. So
Yeah, I
I
saw
watched
you
that
on.
interview
Yeah.
because I was judging. watching the live stream at the same time while I was judging. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we should touch on that because, like, for the most part, it was interesting, but there wasn't like any like hot
No.
like sexy comments other than what did he say? There was like one little nugget about. I think we already knew the future set would be like a large set.
Yeah.
I don't think there was
And there are
anything on that.
pre-cons.
Yeah,
They
the
also,
precons. That was the
yeah,
new
yeah,
information. That was
yeah.
like the only
And
thing new.
that, the pre-con thing, if we're doing one set per year, every set must have pre-cons. Period.
Yeah. Yep.
You must have pre-cons. That is one of the biggest faults with Arthurian Legends, that there is no pre-con. And there is no reason that they could have not made a very small product, Druid versus Templar, and with two decks that are two elements, because you'd have to do two elements because of the limited card pool. And there you go. There's your starter product to introduce people with Arthurian Legends.
Yeah. So the other thing Eric said was that they caught my attention, like, and I think I don't know if that was the first time he said it, but he said he was like very happy with the Squire's design,
Yeah.
like how those cards work in there, but then also like how the set was, I guess like designed with draft in mind, the draft format. It was kind of like
Yes.
tailored for that, and he said
Yeah.
like that's his favorite format to play.
Yeah.
Like,
That's my favorite.
when he goes. So like, what do you think about the first expansion being? To me, like it almost. I was thinking to myself, like, is that really the right move at this point? While the game's small and it's
Not while
not
you're
really
growing the player base. No.
yeah, like it seems to me like you'd want to do that after you grow the player base and make it
Yeah.
more like generically diverse, like Alpha and Beta were.
I would argue that this would be okay if we'd had pre-cons.
Okay.
I still don't think it would be great to make the next set draft oriented, just because that's not a good way to introduce people to a game. It's not a good way to grow the game. It's a very particular format. Some people don't like it.
Well, I think like, and do you think that was probably the impetus for the smaller set size, and then also like with going to a much larger set.
Yeah,
I think it'd be harder to make it like a draft centric set if it's a big set, right?
Yeah, because the variance is much bigger.
Exactly.
So bigger sets, your draft becomes a little bit more wild because the cards that can come out, it's just a wider variance. So
yeah. So I'd expect that next one to be more of like a core set.
Yeah.
I've heard mixed things on, little tidbits from artists that like saying some have a deadline of the end of the year. Others say like, no, I wasn't really told a deadline. So, and they can't.
You better not say, you mean the end of this year or the end of next year? Because you better mean the end of this year.
I mean, so like most of them can't really say much of anything, so they don't. But it seems like some say they have a deadline like coming up because like they get asked to do commission for paintings or artist proofs, or like I reach out or others in the community reach out and they say like, hey, when are you going to have more stuff available? And they're like, oh, I'm just like painting after painting after painting, and I have no time whatsoever. So I can't really like get a read on the timing of what's going on with the next set. I've heard you say like you hope it's going to be ready for Gen Con.
Which I don't think it's going to happen.
I don't think so because the mini lords, the Dragon Lord mini set is still in flux. It sounds like Ed's been saying they want to have like a big grand release event for that. So now you got to plan a release event. That's not trivial. They'll be busy with that, right?
Yeah.
And then they're going to have a major release of a new large core set. Yeah. Who knows what they're going to do with a spoiler ramp up, and then like any logistics if they're going to do that live from somewhere.
Yeah.
The thing is, if you miss Gen Con, what do you do? I'd love for their release to be at Sorcery Con. That would be sick.
I mean, Sorcery Con is the next big thing, but is that the problem with doing a release at Sorcery Con is it's just us. It's the sorcery community, which is great, but I want more people. I want the 70,000 people at Gen Con to see it.
Yeah, that is much better. Yep.
And that's especially with, knowing what we know that this set may be, Sinister or Angels and Demons or whatever it is. If 70,000 people see that, that's going to appeal to a lot of people, that particular, so as we make new sets, whatever the theme is, you're going to draw in certain people because of the theme to the game. Okay. So I want 70,000 people at Gen Con to see that, because it's going to pick up on people who are like, oh, I love playing angel decks in Magic, or I love playing,
Yeah.
demon decks or demons in this board game.
And there's demons and sorcery. It's like one of the classes, right?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Is that like a core class right now in
No,
sorcery,
not
or
yet.
it's just kind of like
It's definitely getting the flesh out in set 3, I'm
yeah,
guessing. So
it's like a key term. Yeah, because like Alpha had very broad, a lot of those different types, but
yeah,
not a lot of support for them just yet. So
yeah,
they're planting a lot of seeds. I always thought that, you have
yeah,
Devil's Egg, Angel's Egg,
yeah,
and then Pact with the Devil, and various demons. And then we see them in the spellcraft cards, like that one I put on the community
yeah,
group
the
today with
Ifrit.
the
Yeah,
Ifrit. Yeah.
yeah,
That was a mythic, so that'll
yeah,
probably change to a demon or some kind of
yeah,
flyer minion, I guess.
yeah. Could be a genie. They can introduce genies if they want
That'd
to.
be pretty.
But
That'd be cool. Oh, dust. Yeah. What do you think about the dust store? I assume when the Dragon Lord mini set is revealed, that's when the new dust cards we put in the store. The dust kind of fizzled out. I never hear anybody talk about dust card
Yeah,
promos.
the dust, the new dust promos or whatever. I've got to think that's going to be February, March. I would hope it's that soon.
If
But
they're gonna
now that
have
we've got
like,
this
yeah,
fiasco with the binders, maybe they're going to have to go back and be like, okay, are these printed okay? Are we going to have more issues? I don't know.
with the cards like those are done at the China factory and through actually I guess well it's distributed through Cardi.io, but who
Yeah,
knows where it's manufactured. The miners, that's a different accessory. I think they could add stuff to the dust store. Really, it's
yeah,
more of a logistics from the
you would
China
hope so.
factory.
Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah. I mean, and the
yeah.
thing with those dust promos, as cool as they are, they don't add anything to the game, right? I mean, they're
Hmm.
just new foils or new alternate arts. So
Yeah.
badass, but not like, oh, it's gonna fundamentally impact the game. So
No, I agree with that, but it is something that if done well, like it could add a collector appeal elements
yes,
for one. That's one way to appeal to the collector market. But the most valuable thing is the data for the company.
yeah,
Like how many boxes are being opened.
yes,
That's the metric they need ASAP because they're gonna have
yes,
to gauge demand for this large demon angels and demons set or whatever.
yeah, yeah,
And I feel like they've been really shooting in the dark on beta and then Arthurian Legends. I don't
yeah.
think they have like a real good gauge on demand because of
Well,
some
I
weird
think
things. Like,
it's hard to gauge it because
yeah, I
the
know.
box prices went to the moon. And so they were like, well, we're going to do this reprint. And they were told by these distributors, we want 10 billion boxes. And then
Yeah,
there really weren't that many people in Southeast Asia who wanted to
yeah.
play sorcery.
But I think the concept of the dust store, maybe to some extent, it adds some additional intrinsic value to the box. But the core value proposition for the company is the data. How many
Yeah,
boxes are being opened? Because
yeah,
you have
yeah.
to break the plastic seal to get to it,
Well, but
right?
it's
Do you
also
not?
tournament play. You got to remember, events get
Okay.
you a lot
Well,
of dust. So now they can see the
still, it's
boxes, right?
open
I'm
though.
assuming they can still see it. So that
Mm.
will help. Yes.
It's you want to know how many boxes are open because that gives the difference is shelfers or who
Yeah.
knows what happens,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Cool.
But the dust
Yeah,
store also
sealed
can
sealed
drive
product
play.
collectors.
So that's the other thing. The dust
Yeah.
store can drive play, which is great.
Mm,
Drive play, more players. They can see who's having regular events, who's playing
right.
regularly. Those things can help.
Yeah.
That means I definitely need to get product to store XYZ because they're having an event every week and they've got 15 people showing up.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, it's good stuff. Let me see. Is there a problem with the binders? That was Ivan in official Discord.
Dan.
Ivan showed up like an hour after like people were bitching and moaning, and he's like, "Oh, I'm finding some tightness in these binders. Anybody hear about that?" I was like, "Oh yeah." What time was it an hour ago, Ivan?
Yeah, yeah.
I was just busting his chops. Any updates on what time it was an hour ago? Let's see. They aren't as good as beta ones. Oh, they're talking about the binders. It's kind of like the binders are a non-story now because they're just like people aren't going to
Yeah,
buy them anymore. It's over. It's already
yeah,
over. They killed it. It's great. They squashed that one like pretty damn quick. They've come out with an announcement that fast.
yeah.
Those just became available when last Friday, because
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
now
I mean,
starting to be delivered. I think
yeah.
the
They're just
store
not
opened
being
last
delivered.
Friday.
Yeah, yeah. I'm supposed to get mine. I think tomorrow. Like they're
Okay.
scheduled to be delivered. So
Well,
yeah,
you got some free binders. That's pretty sweet. Hopefully they're
yeah. I
functional
guess.
enough. I mean, I guess if
Yeah,
they're not functional, it's kind of stupid.
yeah.
What are you gonna do? Rip out the pages and use it to store whatever.
I mean, they'll look good on the shelf, I guess,
Yeah,
right?
there you
Just
go.
line them up on the shelf.
Display piece.
Yeah,
Uh, Let me see. Yeah, they're talking about collectors versus players. Can't wait to see the Dragon Lord Kickstarter. Oh, he's talking about the
the book.
yeah, Ed's doing his own thing that will complement the lore for the mini set. Yeah, so he's working on his book. Yeah, and I think he's trying to figure out like when this set. Nobody knows when this. I don't think even he knows when this set's coming out.
Yeah,
So he's in a tricky predicament there where he's got a time. I think he said he wanted to get the Kickstarter out before the product that the mini set
yeah,
came out, because
yeah. I
like
think so.
was awesome, because like we'll learn about the story. Actually, is that going to reveal all the artworks though? I don't know. Maybe Eric's okay with that because we won't know what the game mechanics. I mean,
Yeah, we won't know. The mechanics,
they've been
yeah.
revealed in Patreon, so apparently Eric's cool with that. And then this will be another. I don't know.
Yeah,
It's not as exclusive because like with his Patreon comes the premise of confidentiality, where you
yeah,
can't share what you see in the Patreon beyond that. So like I was in there, I wasn't sharing like the images of what he was painting or taking screenshots and stuff and sharing it on community group or anything.
yeah,
But with a Kickstarter, that's disseminating product. Now product's out there. He's got to have a campaign. He's got to show what he's selling. So the
yeah,
artwork will be out there, but we wouldn't know what the card mechanics were. So I guess there's that.
yeah.
Um, yeah, some people are still just starting to receive their binders. So dead
Yeah.
on arrival, I guess, in a way.
Yeah,
Hopefully the other
and
products
that
are.
sucks, man. That sucks
Yeah,
so bad. Like, I just wanted the win. Like, that's what I wanted.
yeah,
I wanted to be able to make the video that this was a win finally.
yeah. Well, the communication is a win, and that's a
Yeah,
big deal.
yeah. No, they were decisive. They were quick. That's great.
Yep. Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, the comments are kind of drying up.
Okay. Well, I got breakfast with Santa tomorrow,
Oh
so
yeah?
yeah, bright and early. Got to get up at 6 a.m. to get up to have breakfast with Santa. So
All right, nice man. Yeah, it
yeah,
was fun. It was fun chatting.
yeah.
I'm gonna stick around a little bit in case anybody has any last minute questions. And if Ivan's still lurking, I guess he could pop on for a few minutes. But
Okay.
thanks
All
for
right.
coming on, dude. It's always a
See you
pleasure
later.
talking. Every few weeks, if something happens, we'll have to do it again.
Sounds
Take
good.
care, man. All
Later.
right, later. All right. Oh, the Kraken's here. Oh. There we go. All right. Where is Ivan? Kraken, I heard you banned other Ivan. You banned train driver Ivan. All right. I'm trying to get Ivan Fuchs on here. Last year, Santa knocked. What? Last year, Santa knocked on my window and flipped me off. Must have been in Philly. Only in Philly that shit happens. All right, where's Ivan? Is Ivan in the Discords announcing that there's an issue with the binders? Someone find Ivan. He was begging me to come on here, and now he's nowhere to be found. Where is he? I am not. He tagged him in the chat for the YouTube. All right. Yeah, we're gonna try to get Wild Ivan on. What is it? It's only 10:39. We've only been going for an hour and 38 minutes. The night is young. Where is this guy? It said he was active 37 minutes ago on Facebook. Where's Cho? Is Cho out there? Can we get a live binder review from Ivan? I don't. He does have the binder. Oh, okay. Yeah, I got it. Where's my? Let me show you this easily, guys. Yeah, we got the... This bad boy's up there right now. Oh, look at that glare. There you go. The Adept Illusionist. I gotta hold it at an angle because my overhead lights are brutal. But we got Jeff Easley, Adept Illusionist. That's the artist proof that's up for auction right now from the legend. The sample pack, I need 5 more people to enter the sample pack break. It's $400 per card. Because I'm Argos Anonymous 2.0. Metazu 2.0. Okay, that's what it's as confirmed on the social medias. You got the Squire coming up, but the sample pack break, Argos Anon 2.0. Sample pack break. Argos likes samples. I like samples, therefore we're the same guy. So what we're going to do is we're going to open up a sample pack. I was accused of being Argos, dude. What can I tell you, Crosswalk? It was confirmed on Facebook. So we got sample packs. We're going to do a sample pack opening, an alpha box break, a beta box break, an Arthurian Legends box break, and was there anything else? Oh, these frames from, yeah, so these, I got the bearish cases. So I'm throwing in a box. I got these frames that our guy Andre is doing. Andre Chan. He makes these like custom frames for cards. Card goes in there. I could put the Easily card in there right now. I could. So I'm going to send people those frames too. He sent me like a box of those. They're pretty slick. Yeah, the card frames. They're pretty cool, right? It's all different designs. Let me show you my Z's one. Look at this. This is the frame of frames right here for my Australian friends. Look at that. That is this is a frame that never misses legs day right there. That is a good frame. Where did you get those frames? It's from this guy, Andrew Chan. I don't know if he has like a, let me get the right lighting on that. See that? See the Z's pose? It's golden. So he makes those. And when I do my sample pack break, I'm going to send one of those to every person that participates in the sample pack break. I'd put all the Shakarova gilded cards in those frames. That's a good call. That would be good. So I'll show you how it works. Watch this. I'm going to do it with the Easley. The Jeff Easley. So there's like, on the back, there's this slot, right? The card goes in there. Slides right in the back. And I know Dan's getting excited when I talk like that. Filthy. Filthy old man. Absolute savage. You see that? Look at that. All of a sudden you got Z's, the Wizard, and Z's. Look at that. Slide it right in the back, baby. Slide it up in there. There it is. Look at that. What a frame. What a frame on this guy. Where is Ivan? He was literally spamming my chat, begging to be in here. And now he can't be bothered. Do I have to go to overhead cam? Enjoy breakfast. The Kraken was lurking the whole time. Alright, fine. You want it? Should we do, is Cho out there? You guys want to see some Spellcraft cards? Yeah, they're cool for APs. Kraken's just taking notes. So you go post on his page all the scammy MetaZ type things I say. Yeah, I try to keep it PG. I don't want to get banned by Sergi and Larry if those guys are still around. Those guys are animals. Indeed. Indeed. All right, Spellcraft. Indeed. Indeed. There's some interesting Spellcraft. I got the oh shit. I got the Red Zone Rogue cards too. for historical purposes. Spellcraft cards. All right. Oh, if I go overhead cam too, you guys can see this the Squire. So I'll get that rocking. All right, let me see if someone find Ivan. I'd love to hear what that animal has to say. All right, extra camera. Share that one. Boom. See that? Uh-huh. Look at this. I tried jamming this in those dead binders earlier. Wasn't working out. I got a little video short on there if you want to check it out on the channel. But you see we got the nice playmat. I'm working on more playmats with Severin. But she has been busy working on some artist proofs, so it might take a bit. She brought 2 of them, I think, to the Siege at the Core tournament. But this is the Reckless Squire original painting. See, you can see the brush. You see the varnish he uses on top in the lighting. When you look at it in person, you kind of see it, I guess, under some lighting. That really preserves the paint. But there's the Pollock piece. You see it's on this thick board. There's the back of it. It's thick, hard board. Again, calm down, Dan. The Reckless Squire. It's very nicely done, very refined piece. I have his Sorcerer in the back too. Yeah, the mat is sick. So that one's going to be coming to auction next week. Probably we'll do like I don't know, Thursday to Sunday, something like that. Weekend special. Here's the easily. Look at that. The Jeff Easley, Adept Illusionist. So it's signed by Jeff on the front. He's been doing a few magic ones he's been auctioning on eBay. But his sorcery he's been offering exclusively through the Collector Arthouse Discord and the Sorcery Contested Realm Community Facebook group. And I usually have those. I got to add the link to this video. If you go to my link tree, I have all my social media linked. But you can join all the forums to see all the action. We're talking about sorcery every single day of the week on Discord and in the Facebook community group. I don't know anything about paintings. Is board not a normal thing to paint on? No, it's normal. Everyone has their own. Some do art paper, some do board. The board is just really nice because it's like super sturdy and durable and just holds up like really well. It frames up nicely. Oh, Hexdwarf. That's where I recognize that name. Didn't you get mad at somebody and leave the Discord like a day or two ago? Who was that? Got pissed about something. What was it about? Who's in the Discord? Hexdwarf. What were you getting mad about, man? Something triggered you and then you were gone. Alright. He's fighting with somebody. Oh, you slept since then. Yeah. Hang on a second. It's a terrible show. Just bullshit. All right. Oh, was it? Yeah, was it Itza you got mad at? That's hilarious. Yeah, this is a pretty nice guy, that Itza. You got out of hand. You got out of hand. He's owning it. Maybe he'll come back. All right, guys. So the spellcraft cards. What I might do is, should I take them all out of the binder? Oh shit. All right. No one can find Ivan. I'm gonna take these spellcraft cards out of the binder because Cho's been begging me. You guys know Cho, right? He's been begging me to make a page on the collectorarthouse.com website for all the spellcraft cards. So we have Provenance of all the ones that we know about. So I think, and plus I want to like, I might want to maybe I already had this organized by artist. But I want to come up with some way to organize them in the binder here. So if you bear with me, I'll take these out. Then it'll be easier to display too. In the meantime, it's funny. Here's a boss troll spellcraft. It'd be fun to compare to the alpha versions of these too. Maybe you guys might know, who are playing the game a lot, right away, like what the changes are. But yeah, what else is going on? Are people just like falling asleep while listening to this? It's getting quiet. Oh wow, I still have 3 gray wolves? I thought I sold a gray wolf. But I know I auctioned one for consignment. I could have sworn, I thought I sold one of my own, but I guess I didn't. I got 3 wolves. Never got your thoughts regarding Sorcery lying back in April about it being a limited reprint. It was also on Team Covenant's site. Hey, Sam. Yeah, if you could find Ivan. Is Ivan talking to you? Oh, now he's at dinner. Jeez. He was begging me, and then he went to dinner. Cancel it. Cancel it. Walk out. Right now. Ivan messaged me. He said he's at dinner now. Oh, I have a sleeping giant? Wow. I auctioned a sleeping giant on consignment for somebody recently. I don't know if I'd want to give that one up because that is one with the Elvira Polakowska artwork that was not used in Alpha or in Sorcery at all. So what's Alan talking about here? That was also an announcement from Sorcery. 3 sources. So he's saying they lied about the beta, about it being a limited reprint. Well, yeah, some people are saying that they're caught in this lie, right? So what does a limited reprint even mean? That is something you could drive a truck through. You know, everyone wants to like judge. Everyone's like mincing words with limited, incomplete information. Some people are going to call me a homer or a cop out or whatever. I'm not like best friends with the company and the company employees. So I try to be like pretty impartial. I mean, I'm not like antagonistic with them either, but it's not like I'm super tight with them where I need to embellish like my thoughts on stuff. I try to remain independent or objective about stuff, right? So they said they did call it, I think they did use the word limited, a limited reprint, but that word means nothing because it's a relative term. You know, they had a very large initial print, which I think is proven by the quantities that major stores, like for example, I partnered with a store to offer beta to Patreon supporters, and like I think we sold close to 500 boxes of beta, which is like fairly substantial. You know, like I have a few hundred people in my Patreon. It's not like an enormous Patreon, but we sold 400 boxes on wave 1 very quickly, or 500, close to 500. Some people got very few boxes, but there were several other stores that got a few hundred. So it was like, the point being, it was a very large initial wave 1 first print, and there was this summer print, right? And they said it was going to be, I think they used the word limited, and they said it was going to be targeted to underserved markets. And I talked about this earlier, that again, it's like relative, right? Like it seemed like a decent amount went to, I'll keep the got these foot soldiers in there. What was strange about it is there was, I don't know what term to use for the quantity that went to Singapore. It was more than the Singapore market chose to absorb or could absorb. Again, I have incomplete information. So I don't know if it was just insiders or stores trying to turn a buck quickly. But what happened was a good amount, like hundreds of boxes. I know it was at least hundreds, maybe thousands of boxes. And like if it's let's say if it was like 5,000 boxes, but if the initial print of Sorcery or of beta was, I don't know, 80,000 boxes, is 5,000 not a limited reprint, it is limited, right? It's a relative term. So it means nothing. Like when Simon said that, like I was like, great. It's like he said, it's like when we were talking about Arthurian Legends. He said, when we're done printing Arthurian Legends, that's it. Well, no shit. When you're done printing, you're done. Like what else could that mean? That means nothing. So people jump to these conclusions and they build these like ideas in their mind of what was said, and then something different from what they interpreted in their own mind happens, and they call somebody a liar. Like that doesn't make sense, because you didn't get like a clear, specific announcement of any kind. So there was that, and then the one like outlier that you could criticize is that somehow Team Covenant has had it available for many months. So I don't know. What is that, like a renege on what they said? I don't know. I think Ivan wants to come on now after I took out all the spellcraft. I have a good amount of spellcraft here, guys. This is some of the only spellcraft we know to exist. I think it's not a ton. It's probably like, I don't know, 30, 40 cards. I think my buddy in Europe has like some of these, and me. That's it. And I sold a few for him on consignment, so I know the provenance of all these. That was the point of the website I was going to make, because we bought these from a guy that did some work for the company early on. So we know that these are legitimate early development cards, and there's some interesting ones in here that were not printed in alpha or beta or Arthurian Legends, for that matter. So, you ready to go, Ivan? Hey-o! All right.
So how was the chat?
You left dinner, man? Were you on a date, or were you just eating? Oh. Takeout?
I had
All right,
to go
good.
pick it up downstairs.
Oh, okay.
Exactly as you texted me.
All right. Let me make an announcement here that we got you on, so people come back. We had some attrition.
What were you?
So what is it? Where are you at right now? Are you in LA?
Yeah, I'm in LA.
All right. So it's only, what is it? 11 o'clock here. It's 8 o'clock out there.
8 p.m. exactly.
All right. Hang on a second. Where's my announcement channel? Here we go. All right. Is that one? All right. So what are you? Were you recapping? Have you been watching and like seeing what we were talking about? Did any like the takes like pop out to you?
No, I think it's great that you guys are discussing gameplay. I think it's amazing that they're reimbursing and making everyone get free binders, basically. We all feel the same about the fucking beta reprint. So
I don't know how. I don't know about that. I don't know what to make of the beta reprint. I think we have incomplete information, and that's the problem. I think it's a messaging problem more than a reality of they're going to dump a bunch of more product on the market. But that is just as bad, I would say. Like the lack of clarity and people jumping to that conclusion is just as bad as it actually happening, almost. Because you lose people before it's clarified if you don't clarify.
For sure, but they've said that they don't want to mention or say anything about it.
Yeah.
And because they don't want to say anything about it, it just leads us to believe it's going to be printed more than they want to say, or they would be open with it, I think.
No, I don't think it's that. Like, honestly, I think it's they don't have the plans locked down with distribution partners, or maybe they don't know the timing, or they don't know, like, specifically how they're going to execute it. So, which is also why I think nothing should have been said at all. That was the mistake.
I couldn't agree. I think the timing of the interview, or at least the timing of that question, was not right at all. I think it could have very easily said we're not sure, or we're currently coming up with a strategy. But yeah, no, saying it right away was right now, this early, just after a month after AL, and we saw the terrible repercussions of it. I mean, you
The
saw
timing
the
was
complete
awkward, yeah.
complete price collapse of Alpha.
Mm-hmm.
It's insane. We saw like times 4, 25%. They 75% drop, and cards are now 25% of what they were worth for Alpha. Beta, I haven't even been paying attention to that market, but I told you I bought, or I showed on the group, I bought a $7 foil unique PSA 10. Like, it's just, it's pretty crazy. And I saw a lot of people, obviously getting mad, a lot of collections getting sold. Obviously, the guy you had to ban from your group that was posting nonstop, I forgot his name.
He's in the chat right now.
He is?
He's pumping his narrative right now.
That's funny.
He says, so this comment, he's saying, according to Eric, is 1,000 boxes per thumbs up, so he's printing 50 to 60,000 boxes. It's fucking bullshit. I mean, the guy was joking around. He's not like literally doing that. So, people like to twist shit.
Where can I see that comment?
You don't see the comment thread?
Oh, Alan the Kraken. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean,
yeah, he was trolling.
I also think he was just joking and messing with people. But I also have to say that the company has, lied to us in regards to the summer reprint when they said it was. They said it was going to be a tiny little wave, and it ended up being something that's still widely available 6 months later, and that's something that you have to mention.
Yeah, that's what we were just talking about while you were grabbing dinner. So I was saying that, limited is a relative term, has no meaning. But I will grant you, it is odd that Team Covenant had it for many months available. And what is it like? People it wasn't like super restricted, right? Like people could buy a case a month or a couple cases, something like that.
A case a month.
One case.
Is it still available, or did it run out recently?
I don't know. I haven't followed.
Let me tell you,
because I get it from some stores, but yeah, the fact. So he said it was limited, and it went to. I think that's true of the regional markets that it went to. The outlier is like, why does Team Covenant have so much?
Yeah. Beta's still available. You can still buy a case.
Yeah. So why does Team Covenant have so much is the thing that's hard to explain. And is it like some people have called it like or speculated it as a pseudo print to demand where they're using Team Covenant as like a pseudo distributor, and somehow, I don't know, like maybe Curiosa has an inventory of product that they reserved and they're holding somewhere, and they ship it, by the pallet or however much it is to Team Covenant, and they sell it. They're like the primary distributor outside of like traditional distribution, and then the rest went through traditional distribution at a limited capacity.
Beta Yellowstone went for $900 today. Yeah, no, I'm sad I missed that auction.
Is that low? What was Beta Stone at its peak?
At its peak, it was around $1,200, and then I think you can buy raw ones around $650, $700. At least that's what I've been buying them for. And seeing a PSA 10 at $900 is not great. But anyways, I think we're starting. I think we're starting to move a little bit past the beta reprint narrative. Because the people that kind of panicked and just sold a lot of their stuff. So Alpha has, I think, and I may be wrong, reached a floor. We still have a lull, like an empty period of about, 5-6 months before anything happens and we get some agitation. And also now as people need money for Christmas and stuff like that. But I wouldn't be so surprised to see a pretty slow yet healthy recovery starting, mid January, early February.
Because of the seasonality?
Yeah,
specifically.
I think there's a lot of different things to do. Like first we had this wave of information that came not too long after Sorcery Con. So let's say around Thanksgiving, and then we had all the Black Friday news and complete chaos in every chat, and how everyone reacted to the reprint, and that caused a lot of people to flush out all their collections.
Yeah.
And so we reached a very low bottom. I agree with Noble Dragon that alpha avatars have been selling for less than $600 to $800. Actually, I bought myself a foil avatar Earth BGS 9.5 for $500 just the other day. And maybe it is. I do have access to slightly lower prices in market. That's for sure. Because I do buy aggressively and get a lot of larger collections and stuff like that. I just bought another stone, alpha foil one, which is crazy. But I think we're starting.
We do got to clearly caveat that your buys are not indicative of the broader market, because people know that you buy a lot, and if they're in a hurry or desperate to sell, they go to you. Just like people go to Rudy and they sell to him at a discount because it's a secure transaction, it's a quick sale, it's easy. So they're willing to sell below market.
Sure. I mean, I definitely buy under market, but I still usually pay better than shops, and I pay definitely better than Rudy.
No, I'm just saying though, it's not like indicative of where the market's at.
No.
Publicly, at scale.
And I say that with every person that sells to me. I say, get whatever you can from market, and what doesn't sell, come back and reach out to me. And that's how I've approached all of my sales. It's funny, I actually heard about Sam McKinnon texted me about, hey man, Mike wants you on the live. Are you online?
Yeah, he said he'd reach out to you. He was in the chat here.
Yeah, he's awesome. He's really great. And I've become fully obsessed with the Sherwood Huntress. So
that was my spoiler card with when we introduced Sam. I had the honor of introducing Sam as the new artist for Sorcery, and that card specifically.
That's dope.
So, yeah, it's got special meaning. Yeah, he sent me. Where did I put it? It's in one of my binders, I think. He sent me like one of those. Did I put it in this binder? Like one of his altars with the Sherwood Huntress. It's like a wintry scene. It's beautifully done.
It's
really
a what?
Nice. It's like a wintry scene. Winter.
Oh yeah, no, I have several. You'll you know what? I'm gonna make next time we have a chat. I'll show you all of Sam altars, because I think he's finishing them up for me right now. I ordered.
Yeah.
I went ham with Sam.
I saw it on Instagram. He showed some. Yeah. They look amazing.
Yeah, I completely went ham with Sam and got APs, altars, also embellished prints. And
okay. Really?
Yeah,
nice.
No, really, I completely went ham with him. And did you know that Eric owns the Sherwood Huntress?
Yeah, I did know that. Yep. Yeah, good for him.
Why does Ivan post on 2 accounts? That's not me, Lucure88. That's my friend Tim, actually, funny enough. It's funny. Lucure is my friend Tim that I got in the game.
He's growing the game.
He's based in New York, and he's a fun buyer and a nice person. Hey Dan, what's up? Beta Curious, I've been all over the place. I've seen a lot trending towards 400. Yeah, that's I've seen shifting sands for 250. A lot of
Did you see the Squire? I was flexing. Got the original painting here.
Nice.
Squire. Well, I'm gonna auction it.
Oh, when are you selling it?
It's coming up this week. Alan Pollock just mailed it to me. I just got here today,
so
I'm auctioning it for him. Yeah, it's cool. It looks his work looks. Have you ever seen his work in person? You saw it at Sorcery Con.
Yeah, I saw him.
His stuff is amazing.
He's very kind. He's also very serious. He's quite serious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's he's this very nice guy. He comes across like he has like a serious looking demeanor to him just by just his natural look, I think. So it seems that way.
And extremely meticulous with everything he does, and you know, his APs are perfectly clean. His signature is very nice, and
his paintings are top notch.
He did the werewolf, the moon werewolf too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that one's amazing.
No, that one was at Sorcery Con, which is really cool.
Yeah. So, like, you're pretty connected with the high end. You talk to like some of the high end collectors and sellers and stuff, right?
Yes.
So what is like the pulse of the market right now? Somehow your camera got a little distorted. I don't know why. It was good to start, but
better?
How did it's like dusty or fogged up or something a little. You're eating some steamy food, is that why?
No, I'm having it's literally French fries.
Oh. So, like, what's going on with the high-end collectors? Because we saw, like, anecdotally, there was, the barometer of the market, I think, for the single sellers is the Alpha Foil Stone. And it peaked at $10,000 when things were booming and stonking off of the Kickstarter. And then recently, and now I don't know if, later, Alan, Argos, Anon 2.0. Check, signing off.
Bye, Alan.
So, I think Argos is a lawyer too. He's a very successful individual. He's just into the children's card games.
So
But anyway,
I spoke to Alan a few times, and
I bet you did.
Well, I disagree with him about a lot of things. I think he's very extreme with his views, but he's definitely a smart man and gives good statistics and stuff like that. But he gets a bit too heated and quite extremist on a lot of different topics.
Yeah.
But it definitely brings some kind of an interesting point of view, and I wish it wasn't so always black or white. But also, I'm most surprised with is that he's not invested in Sorcery at all. So why does he care to, like? If
I think he just likes busting the chops of indies. I got to show this to Cho. The Brian Smith Fiery Inferno.
It's beautiful. Actually, you posted on Facebook the Spellcraft card that you're auctioning that one, or did you already auction it?
No, I didn't auction any of my own. I was just doing consignment. A few, like my buddy in Europe had a few from the same guy that I ended up getting these from. But I don't want to get on a tangent about Alan.
Sorry about that. We were
whore.
talking about the high-end collectors, and I spoke to quite a lot of them.
Yeah.
I have two that have told me very clearly they're just not going to buy stuff right now. They're taking a very solid break. They don't want to buy anything until they hear that beta is out of print. Because once it's out of print, then they'll make a decision and see what's going on with the market. There's one other guy that fully left, and there's another one that's just buying everything he can. So, that's only 4 people. And obviously, Cold Full Heroes, it's his business, for example. So he's another person, but I wouldn't call him a high-end buyer because he's more of a buyer-seller.
Yeah, you got to have an inventory.
But he changed his strategy a little bit, where I think he's more focused on the gameplay aspect at this point, kind of treating it maybe a bit more like flesh and blood. I don't want to quote him on that, but I think that's what I understood from it. So he doesn't want to have heavy bags into it and more have something that's more, faster buys, lesser holds, and focusing on sells and kind of repricing everything a bit lower.
Yeah, so, okay. Maybe turning the non-foils to the player types instead of like trying to go for all the high-end foils and curios and things. Yeah,
hey,
that makes sense.
Sam is watching this while painting my altars. That's awesome. Thanks, bro. I'm so excited. He's so talented. You're so fucking talented, dude.
Yeah, he's amazing.
I can't wait to show them. I'm really excited. We came up with a whole little story around the Sherwood Huntress, and we're placing her through time. So we have the kind of the
oh, okay.
The early days. We have the Sherwood Huntress walking towards Camelot. We have the Sherwood Huntress in modern society. We have the Sherwood Huntress at the apocalypse, and we have the Sherwood Huntress walking into space, kind of into eternity.
Wow.
So it's just really fun. And then we did 2 more, which are just portraits. So one is like the accomplished Sherwood Huntress as an immortal, eternal being, and the second one was the Sherwood Huntress as King Arthur. So I'm really excited and can't wait to show them. What's wrong with the binders? The sizing of the binders.
The pockets were inconsistent.
I'll show you. I have them right.
Some of the sleeves were too tight for the cards. So the manufacturing was all over the map, and the company came out and announced that they were going to refund everybody because it didn't meet their standard.
For example, you'll see, especially after you get to the middle of the binder. So I filled one up with Arthurian Legends. Can you see the spacing or not well enough?
I don't know. Your camera's distorted, man. We could hear you fine, but we can't see it too good.
Still?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with it. You got some lag or something?
I don't think so. My internet's normally quite good. You want me to restart and
yeah, you can try that if you want. Reboot. You froze up, man. Reboot. Try rebooting the computer or something. Got nothing but time.
Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what you did. It's a little better. Yeah.
Can you see? Can you see something if I show you the binder?
Maybe. Depends.
Do you see the spacing or not? Nah, probably not well enough.
Yeah, it's hard to tell
All right. Well,
yeah, it's too
so
subtle.
so here it's very very tight. There's like very little room.
Okay.
Here there's significantly more,
Mhm.
and here is the most. So they just didn't do the seam cuts equally.
Yeah, that's
So the
annoying.
cards are just very very tight on the topper end and could potentially damage them a little bit. And I think some people had like lesser or greater variance of error.
Hmm. Yeah, so they're gonna refund everybody. It looks like it's semi-functional. Some are saying it works okay without sleeves, but it's kind of shoddy. So, company put out a nice announcement saying it, it didn't meet their standards and expectations. So they're not gonna put their name behind a product like that. So that's good. Cut it off immediately is the right thing to do. So just like the first wave of like day one buyers,
They're going to be
their
rare.
product
They're going
now.
to be coveted by you.
That's what someone was saying. Is like first wave binders, but there'll be no wave two. So now they're just like a rare, limited, friggin' jacked up binder. So it's unfortunate because it would have been like a good revenue stream for the company, and I don't know. At least they killed it quickly, so it's not going to be like a bigger black eye. Good comms on that one, which is great. That's what we want to see. Clarification on what's going on.
Right away, I think it was perfect. I'm very thankful for it.
Yep.
And it's nice that they're free. So, of course, man.
I should have bought them. Now people are going to be flipping them for like $10 or whatever just to make some cash. Watch them start emerging on the marketplaces. I guarantee it.
Henry and I have both been, really hesitating on what to do during the alpha kind of collapse, because it's been, it's scary when you have a new TCG and you're so heavily.
So what was your expectation of beta? You thought beta was investable? Like I always thought it was like a player product, and I didn't even bother with it.
I don't know. I've never viewed these as investments because I'm never going to sell them. So I always view it as like for my kids. But what I want is I want them to last, and I want them to be desirable. Mm-hmm. I saw that quick message by Mike saying that alpha took a steeper dive compared to beta, and I agree. Because I think both products are extremely close and linked to each other.
And alpha had further to fall, so like people are going to recoup what cost. Let's say you were one of the guys that bought the alpha foil stone for $8 to $10,000, mm-hmm. and the market's kind of free falling a little bit. You're probably going to sell as fast as possible and recoup what you can if you've lost confidence in the game and you plan to leave the game. You're not going to wait around and say like, like it's now a long-term like investors or speculators, whatever term you want to use. I'm not trying to say like it's an investable thing, but that's how people think. They're like, I can ride it out for 5 to 10 years. Maybe the game blows up and I get my money back, or I can just cut my losses right now and move into something else that I think will hold value longer term. So that's what people did. But like, I'm wondering, like, did you think beta was something that did you think it was like a collectible set and not perceive it as a player set? And you thought it was something that you'd expected would be like kind of hold value and not be printed a lot? Like I always thought they would just keep printing a lot of it to grow the game, use it as the core mechanism to grow the game. Because if you don't have product out there, people cannot get it to play it in new markets or new stores, right?
I always thought beta was investable, and I always thought beta was basically the cheaper man's alpha. I thought alpha would just be more expensive and more collectible, but I never thought that beta would be print to infinity and we go. I was hoping, or at least thinking, that with the release of Arthurian Legends, that beta would be retired to some extent. Maybe we'd have a mini wave or something, minuscule like EC.
Like they just announced.
Well, no, but they announced. The summer reprint was supposed to be very small, and then when they brought in this extra reprint, or at least announced it, it created so much uncertainty that a lot of people just said, "All right, we made our money off of alpha and we did good, so now it's time to sell out." And it's a bit of a shame because obviously it's a good thing that the flippers are leaving. Don't get me wrong, but it's a shame to see so much panic and so much market movement and so little communication from the company on top of that terrible timing. Like,
Yeah.
Kevmo is a great guy, don't get me wrong, but the timing of that interview
questionable.
was truly horrible.
I'm just kidding. I like busting his chops. But yeah, it was. You didn't know what was going to be said, obviously.
But no.
Oh yeah, make sure you like the stream.
I think beta is definitely, or at least I was hoping, beta would be the product for everyone that would also succeed well. It is still early to say. I've heard a lot of people say that it's only 2 years into the game. So they still need to be printing a lot of that out, and Arthurian Legends is too small of a set for it to carry itself. So I hear that and I understand that, and I just hope that it's out of our control now. I just hope they do a good job with this beta reprint, and it goes to those that need it.
Yeah, it's an interesting perspective from Angerworm. He says, if you think the game will last, and beta is exactly that long term, most people that are upset are short term flippers, and that cascaded. But I mean,
I don't agree with that. I don't think it's everyone. People most upset are short term flippers. I disagree. I think a lot of people just don't know or didn't have enough communication from the company and felt lied or cheated. I felt like I was lied to. I believe in the game. I'm going to be here until it crashes. I haven't sold a single card. Nothing's moving. But I was very butthurt by the announcement, because it just felt so like such a surprise at such an unnecessary time.
Yeah.
Beta is I don't know. To me, it was just not well received in terms of timing, more than in terms of affecting flippers. It's great that it probably did clear out a lot of flippers, but I think it could have been done in a much better way.
Yeah, it probably just shouldn't have been said at all. Would have been the best thing. There's no reason to say it. In my opinion, there's nothing good that could have come from it, really. And I mean, because it wasn't even really the forum to give the stores a heads up that they'd have product coming. Like Simon says, it's not at scale. It's a decentralized communication mechanism, to just say it in Kevmo's little baby podcast.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I can't help but bust Kevmo's chops. It's a goofball, that guy. But the thing is, so in Angerworm's point here, he says, in the long term, everything's going to be fine. I mean, the same thing was said about Flesh and Blood Unlimited, when people thought that was overprinted.
But
and
Flesh and Blood Unlimited
eventually,
was.
Yeah, I know, but the theory was, that's fine. The game's going to grow. Eventually, people are going to want that, and then there'll be demand for it, and prices will rise. It never did rise. It's just dead money.
Yeah.
So that can happen with overprinting. That's a risk, and it's a matter of, like you say, lost consumer confidence. If the big collectors and the people that create value, the value is created by the demand and by people willing to buy, and the liquidity of the product. So if you lose confidence, that is kind of blows up, and then you're screwed. So yeah, it says Fallen Empires is the other stream.
Fallen Empires is a great example, and Flesh and Blood is a great example. And I actually took into account the expected numbers that, because Hayne made a video saying how many boxes he thought were printed, knowing the alpha print run and knowing that 100 million cards were printed from Arthurian Legends. Sorry, 100 million cards were printed for Sorcery total. And so we got to an estimated, 110, 120K boxes. And
of Arthurian?
I
didn't see that video.
Of beta.
Oh, beta. Oh, I didn't see that video. Okay.
And if we made,
that's a lot. That is a lot.
It's a lot. And in comparison to Flesh and Blood, they have 5 times the players, and they only printed twice as much. So we've technically printed more than they have in comparison. And I think that would affect beta prices much more than it was alpha. As we know, alpha is finite. We know how many boxes it were. We know all that stuff.
So that video made an assumption for... I want to, when they showed the slideshow presentation at SorceryCon, they said
100 million cards printed.
Yeah, but at that time they would have printed Arthurian Legends already, obviously, because the product was at SorceryCon.
But so he put them all together, and he made an approximation of.
So it's not valid.
No, it's not. again, it.
I mean,
But,
because you can't, like, we know nothing about Arthurian legends at all. So, like, it's only as good as the assumption, and the assumption has no merit. That's the problem with
Sure.
doing math like that. Like, if they
But
had said, like, this is how much we printed prior to Arthurian legends, then you could back your way into beta. And that's why they would never say that, because they don't want us to be able to figure out the print run of beta, because it creates all this turmoil. And that's why I don't think they'll ever announce, like, the print size. And I don't think they'll announce out. I know, like, a lot of people want them to announce out of print. I don't know if they'll do that. Maybe at some point they will for beta to kind of restore confidence in the collector market for that specific reason. But I think they consciously want to leave the door open, to leave all options open. Like, if they're seeing growth and adoption of more stores in the Play Network, more events are being hosted at new store locations in new regional markets. I think
don't
they'll be
think
open-minded and say, like, hey, we'll do this again. We'll direct it to more stores again. We got to be.
I'd be
You always
very
got to assume the
surprised.
worst case, or like the potential more print if you think that's a worst case. I think that can be healthy, in a way.
What I was pushing for and really tried to do my best to say to the company is, print the precons into oblivion. That needs to be
Yeah.
everywhere. That needs to be borderline given for free, because that's what you need to start playing. It's not a box of beta. Have a few boxes of beta for people to draft, and people can source them on the secondary market. But the beta precons are the product that needs printed to the ground. That I'm print to infinity. That's what I
Right.
want.
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of beta boxes, I still think it would hurt a lot, because for me, Sorcery is beta. Beta is the market, and beta dictates. If you have a healthy beta, you have a healthy market. If you have a very unhealthy or unsure beta, everything else follows.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we're kind of stuck in purgatory now unless something is said, or I don't know. I think, like, you lose some amount of collectors. There's going to be some churn. Some people are clearly walking away. They're selling a bunch of their stuff. They've
A
lost
lot of
confidence.
people.
They're assuming it's MetaZoo or Flesh and Blood or whatever. Jumping to conclusions one way or another, based on partial information. That's the danger. Until there's clarification, we might not have that. I guess, like, the unfortunate thing is, if nothing is said, you're kind of stuck in whatever mindset people are adopting or conclusions people are jumping to indefinitely until they actually do come forward with an announcement about what they're doing with this next beta reprint. And it sounds like they're going to just wait and do that later.
So
at some point.
I'm not entirely
Who knows?
sure with that, because I think you, me, and a bunch of others that make content can just change the narrative and be very simply and very clearly say, listen, I'm not seeing new record lows. It seems that we have reached a bottom. And so now we have to navigate the current situation. We don't know what's happening with beta, but we know for a fact what's going on with Arthurian Legends currently, how the current beta market is reacting in terms of sales, what people still want to buy and sell, and obviously alpha, what's going on. So yes, the easy money has probably been made. The people that took their free tendies and sold and left, and so now we still have beta alpha is still a fortune. If you're buying boxes for $800, that's still great, and they're back at 900 already. 800 lasted like a week.
Right.
So there's still a lot of things going on, and it was a really rough time for alpha in sales. I 100% agree. But I'm still seeing slight pickups. Like, some people are still selling at a healthy level. Do you have any stones, any alpha stones, foil or stuff like that?
No, I don't know any stones. Just a lot of paintings. And I top back the Kickstarter. So, like, I think we talked about this before. Like, I got the full set of artist proofs. So I have, like, to me, that's like a full non-foil set. Why go for the non-foils if you have that? And then I have, like, all of the foil sheets, right? So instead of spending a fortune trying to chase all of the foils, I already got them on the sheets. Good enough. I can see every foil. I can enjoy the art. So I went for paintings. It's like an opportunity cost. Some people say, like, I can't afford this or I can't afford that. It's because you're buying this and not that. No one can afford all of it, right? So I went for I focused on paintings. I got some artist proofs, and then I went for like interesting historical cards, like the spellcraft cards,
No, I see.
sample packs,
Instead of
and
buying 100 boxes, you can buy 3 paintings, and
yeah,
that's what you enjoy.
right, yep, yeah, yeah. I
How
like
is the
doing
market
like
for paintings?
I think it's like it was kind of interesting because I think it was strong like right when Arthurian Legends released, but there was like some people being picky or particular about certain pieces. I think like it was best when there was better liquidity. My theory is like people had a lot of alpha product. A lot of the breakers were buying boxes, so it's very easy to like think about it. You could sell one case. A lot of people got a case at the case level from Kickstarter, or even a few boxes. If you had a case though, let's say like that's $1,000 a pop. Let's just say to make the math easy, $6,000. You could buy most of the paintings at that price point. Some of the very high end ones are in the 5 figures,
Yeah.
but like a lot of them were going for $3, $4, $5, $6,000. So like a lot of people, I think were saying like, yeah, I'll sell off a case of cards to get a painting, original painting. It's pretty unique, you know, because a lot of it became unattainable in Magic. Certainly, if you go to the vintage stuff, so this is going to be perceived. If people that believe in sorcery long term are like, I'd love to have an alpha painting. I'd love to have something from the first expansion set or whatever. So I think it's been pretty healthy. But like, yeah, the number of buyers maybe narrowed a little bit, or people are being a little more selective. So it's a little different, but you see like artist proofs and altars are still doing well. I think the main impact was on the core product for sure.
I think I do find that the APs went down a little bit because you may have
Yeah.
noticed I started bidding on them too.
Oh yeah.
If I
Yeah,
start
I
bidding
mean
on
like
stuff-
most have been settling between 400 to 500, whereas before like more regularly you'd see like 6, 7,
6,
800.
7, 8, a very
Like this
very
easily
regular.
one is popping off. That's at 800. So like there's certain like legendary artists like an easily always commands like a high price point, or Rodney Matthews, these established artists, Severin stuff. So you still have those dynamics. But I think like a lot of it's seasonal too to some extent. A lot of people like spent a fortune going to Vegas and enjoying Sorcery Con in Las Vegas and spent money there on singles or events or whatever, dinners. And then there was the holidays, holiday spending. I think it's going to, like you say, pick up after the new year, and then certainly going into tax season. People get their tax returns and start spending again.
Yeah, I genuinely think that we're still going to have another couple weeks of this iffy thing, but
Yeah.
I do think in the new year we should have more, slow growth floor and slowly getting there. A lot of this also depends on Arthurian Legends because we don't know how many more waves we're getting, and that's going to affect a lot of things as well. If they just dump some more Arthurian Legends, which needs to be dumped, obviously, if it's in demand. But we saw a massive. It went from $130 to $80. Like shops are just throwing it out. So a lot of things need to happen, and I hope we have more communication around that.
Well, what happened with the shops? Like they got like caught up in a bind there because. Like I sell it to my Patreon supporters, but I don't have like a direct relationship to distribution, so I like make partnerships with stores that want to sell it, and then I sell like because I have like a few hundred Patreon supporters that I can offer product to, so we work out an arrangement that makes sense. And then what happened was like a lot of them were promised they were going to get a certain amount of Arthurian Legends at release. And then they got blindsided like at the 11th hour, and they're like, no, you're only getting half of that amount, and then you're going to get the other half in the second wave. So and then there's like a third wave. It happened again. So there was like the initial release, and then there was this second wave that just happened, and then on this second wave, they were promised like a full amount. Let's say like 200 boxes, right?
Are you sure that was the second wave? Are you sure that was a second wave, Mike? Because we don't know if it's the release of the full release of the first wave or a full blown second wave.
I don't really make a distinction on that. Like I mean, a wave means like it was released at one point and then it was released again. I'm not saying it was reprinted. To me, it makes no difference whether it was all printed at once or if they printed it quickly. Like it's when it's released that matters and how much is released. So we got some right at the release date on what was it? First week of October-ish. And then there was more that came like in November, just a few weeks ago. And then there's another wave that some of the distributors are saying is coming in January. So what happened was when this second round of inventory, I'm calling it a wave, came. I'm calling it wave 2 that came in November. Instead of like getting the full amount, like if we were promised 200, we only got 100. And then we said like the other 100's coming in January. So, and then in between that, like Rudy came out and he undercut Map, you know. So that was like the first domino to fall. Like he sold it at his bundle price, like close to $100, like Map's 116, or maybe it was 110 or 105.
109.
That's when they first. Okay, so 109. It started coming down below Map. It went from 129 to 116, which was Map, to 109. And then all the stores started getting their stuff dumped on them after he had his offer. So they had to undercut on TCG Player because they got nervous then because they saw like he kind of front run the price. So I think there was a lot of panic with the stores as a result of that.
There were
not just him, but I mean it. You know, it only takes a few. It takes the first one to do it on TCG Player, and then they all compete with each other, and it's a race to the bottom.
I saw quite a few bigger shops that had massive discounts here in California and in Arizona before Rudy did anything from release.
Yeah. And I'm not saying it's just him. That's definitely true. There was others. So that's competition, too, that people need to take seriously. But that has a large optic, too, though, when it's like a public figure like that doing it.
Before the release of Arthurian Legends, Game Nerds in Arizona had a $94 a box shipped deal.
Really?
And yes, and I bought, and it was a maximum of 12 boxes. So I bought 2 cases from them. I got the 12 boxes from there at $94 a box. And they did that for their members.
Okay, so that was under a membership premise. All right.
Yeah, I mean, you paid $40 or $50 one time, and then you cancel your membership, and you got your 12 boxes. So it came down to maybe $95 or $97.
That's interesting because apparently in Patreon you can't do that. You got to follow Map. I don't know how Map works, the policy, but it seems like what is a membership? Isn't Patreon a membership? Like who has? If you're any kind of store or website, you just do that. Yeah, you're like, hey, sign up for my membership. It's going to be a monthly thing of $50, and then no commitment, and then you just undercut Map. That's the problem with Map. People undercut it, and then people to try to respect it get screwed over.
But I mean, everyone runs their business, and if you have customers that will pay Map, that's great.
Yeah,
and that's important. Now, if you're not able to sell your stuff at Map, that's when you have to be like, okay, how much did I pay for these product, and how fast do I need them to move? If you need them to move, the faster you need them to move, the lower you're going to price it at, obviously.
Yeah.
And we saw many AL cases in the last week or two selling between $480 and $500, which I think is a screaming deal. No matter how much they print, it's a good game. They're great cards, good products, and the pulls are really difficult. I'm actually very surprised by how expensive the uniques are. The unique foils are still holding very, very strong, and even the non-foils are very hard to pull. So,
yeah,
if you
in any case, I mean, whenever there's new supply for a multitude of reasons, the price goes down. That's normal behavior. That's exactly what happened with Arthurian Legends. It went to like $85 a box, and now it's like, I guess people use TCG Player as the gauge. You should also look at the big online retailers and see where they're at. But I think by all accounts, it's at like 110, 115. I think Lord of Itza was on earlier and said it's getting close to Map again, which is a good, healthy level. Because then you have like a good profit margin, which means that new stores are going to be incentivized and interested to carry it. Like, they're not going to be interested because you're going to send them a store kit with a few playmats and a couple boxes. They want like a viable product that they could sell at scale and actually make some decent money with. Otherwise, they'll do that with some other product or some established game that has a built-in player base clamoring for it. So I think that's a good, healthy spot to be. For AL to be stable is really important, because I want them to go to events, showcase the product. People will fall in love with the art, teach them how to play, have a learn to play at these events. They'll fall in love with the game, just the same way that all of us got into it. And then it will really snowball fast, because before they wouldn't do that because they didn't have beta product to offer. Now there's plenty of AL all over the place. So they can do that, and it'll be absorbed if they do that. Just go to a lot of shows next year. will be a huge boon for this game, and I think that'll be the one that would be the one key catalyst for the recovery, not anything else. And like comms, I guess communications that don't leave a lot of like gaping holes for people to jump to worst possible conclusions on is the other critical thing. Go to events, communicate effectively, right? Or clearly.
Yeah, new players go for precons, which AL didn't have, and I understand that we spoke about that. Chaos. We said that that we all agree that beta precons need to be printed and everywhere all the time for the end of time. For the next year or two, you should have beta precons everywhere available and easy to get.
Yeah, they did say that they're going to have them for the next big set. I guess I don't know. Like, it seems to me they didn't have it for Arthurian Legends because it was designed as like a draft with a draft focus in mind. But it should be plentiful for beta. You know, like I don't know if that was just an oversight. I think that was a big mistake not having like just beta precons everywhere or like always available for order from distribution.
What Magic the Gathering did is they have sets and set decks for standard that would last like 1 year or 2 years, and they'd release them every now and then. And so they would pick the hottest decks and they would take away a few of the very expensive cards, but make them relevant and post them in there. And people could just kind of buy those and start playing straight off the pack. And I think that's cool. They could have mixed beta and Arthurian Legends, a new form of revenue. They can still do it today.
We need SorceryCon 2025, says Sam. Yeah, that's gonna happen. I mean, I'm part of the committee with Alex and David and a few other guys, John Carter, and a few others, and we meet every week about SorceryCon. Even now that it's over, we still have weekly meetings on the phone for an hour. So it's in the works. Actually, I haven't had time to do a video, but we did like a survey that the guys put out in Discord, and I think I put it out in the community Facebook group, and the results were pretty interesting. We were asking like, what were the pros and cons of the event? What can we do better next time? What location do you want it to be at next year? So all those things.
Everyone the Sorcery at Sea.
That one was like just a thing I made up as a joke, but
That's
then
a joke,
like,
yeah, totally.
Then I started thinking about it some more. And I'm like, fuck, like a cruise ship with like all the sorcery guys. That would be like a great time, man. I think we'd have a lot of fun. But so that, yeah, I don't know. I think that was that on the survey. I was gonna go over the survey results in a video and encourage people to give feedback, but we got pretty good feedback. The thing is, like, timing, we don't know when the next release is coming, and we want to time it after that, like after the big next major set. So I'm thinking probably like the latter part of next year, but we have no idea when it's coming. But it'll happen. It's gonna be great.
In terms of just trying to be a little bit more reassuring to those that are watching or listening, I think the two of us really, we don't think the game's going anywhere. Mm-hmm. We don't think it's dying, but we think that there's definitely a repricing.
Yeah.
Or at least I think there's a clear repricing that we're going through at the moment. Also, you briefly talked about TCG Player, and I think that they also have very few sellers on TCG Player. So, for example, TCG Player doesn't reflect anywhere near the price of alpha foils, for example. If you look at some of the lands like Gothic Tower, Lone Tower, stuff like that, they're at like $60, $70, $80, and they can be selling at $10-15 most of the time, and that's a very, very big difference. And that's just because there are very few sellers on TCG Player, so they corner the market and do what they want.
Yep.
And if there are two people that list their $80 card at $10 and those sell, they also feel cheated. So how much lower are you supposed to go? And it ends up kind of just staying stuck there, and then they have no sales, and that reflects poorly also on the game, because a lot of the people that do have those foils just don't want to sell them because they're like, okay, I bought it at 30, 40, 50. I don't want to sell it for 10, but they also don't want to price it at 30, 40, 50. So there's a lot of things going on.
Yeah, a lot of that's a function of just like a tiny upstart game that doesn't have mainstream awareness yet. So,
are you going for gilded cards? Are you trying to get some of the Arthurian Legends curios or the gilded cards? All of them?
No, I got the Wyvern and I got the this what was it? The Unladen Sparrow.
Unladen Swallow.
Heidi. Yeah, Swallow. Yeah, I thought those were pretty interesting and different. The Gildeds are tough because they're really expensive and there's a bunch of them, so I haven't really bothered. But like I'm more into the art. If I'm gonna spend like serious money, it's gonna be like on a painting or a artist proof or something like that. Before I would go buy a single card of any kind, whether it be curio. Although I did acquire a bunch of the alpha curios.
I know.
Coincidentally, one way or
It's like,
another.
so many. You went all out on those. You have all the nice
I don't
ones.
know. Yeah, some just things came up, or like, I don't know. Yeah, I like those ones a lot too because they were they had like historical relevance. I love that aspect of it. You know.
Mark just sent you a lot of money.
Too fluent. Thanks, man. How do I get my hair as luscious as yours?
Bro, it's not that luscious. I just took a shower, man. That's it. It's just a shower. Play tennis, take a shower. I don't know. nothing magic, bro.
Yeah.
Mm.
So, yeah, I grew my hair out long like that in high school. And it was like my hair got wavy as hell. It was like crazy thick. I looked like a clown. It was just going sideways instead of down.
I have stuff to show.
Oh, you done did it now. Good job, Pelly.
They asked update on your collection. Collection's going great. I keep on completing my sets, as you know, because I'm not selling anything. I got
All I got to do is shower.
a new one.
Oh. What is that graded?
This one's
Yeah,
just
by
a 9, another 9.
Okay.
I bought a bunch of alpha foils, like a lot, surprisingly.
Yeah, those get interesting as they come down. I would agree there. Because we know the pop size of every single one of them. That's attractive. Yeah.
That's
I would.
like
I
9.5.
don't know. I just have. I never had any interest in beta at all. I think alpha's the place to be. Personally.
Where is it? There we go. Okay, sorry. 2 more. These just arrived in the mail like the other day. I bought an alpha foil Eric's Curiosa.
Oh, nice.
I wish the camera showed better.
The 3K. Oh,
Nope.
so you buy some on? I think they're talking about the stone. Did you buy that other stone on eBay?
Nope. I wish. I actually bid. I bid on the raw one because I would like a raw one.
Oh yeah.
I would love a raw one. And the new one I bought, I didn't even know it was graded. And I got another Avatar of Earth foil. And a bunch of really a very large bunch of alpha foils. Like probably, I have those. I'll get them.
I need
Can you see anything?
Rothrock sent me some coffee. You guys see my video short on the boss troll on those binders? Right after I did my binders video, they came out with that announcement. They're like, "We're shutting it down, baby. We're taking the community group. We're out of here."
So these are a bunch of alpha foils. Can you see anything, or is it not clear enough?
Yeah, we can kind of see it. We're not seeing the light reflection too well. Oh, yeah, a little bit as you turn the page. Those are all the alpha foils you picked up?
Those are just a bunch of alpha foils I picked up.
Yeah. You want to have a spar of a flexing spar here? Where's that Efreet? Joe keeps talking about that Efreet. He's begging me for it.
Of what?
Exactly. This card doesn't exist.
Oh, this is AL.
The Efreet.
Back to alpha after AL. Just a rock. Just a rock. And there we go. Back to alpha. It's beautiful.
Gosh, freaking glare.
I love your Efreet. No, I've been buying a lot of alpha foils.
Yeah.
And no, I believe in the game. I don't think it's crashing. I just think it's repricing. I 100% contributed to the drama because I felt lied to and pissed off by a lot of the way the thing was announced, the way there was no conversation around it, and the way the company told me basically directly something entirely fully different. So, you know, ultimately, I'm sure they make the right decisions or they do the best they can. But I wish the communication was better around it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it did jolt things at probably a poor time when it's seasonality, you had Pokemon popping off, a lot of alternative options for the collector types and speculators. So,
If you're unsure, I fully understand that. You know, like if
yeah.
every other market is booming or seemingly doing well and they've been around forever, and you have a very difficult announcement or news that's not addressed that just pops off, it's difficult to not react negatively to it. And that's it. But I think there's a little bit of responsibility on us that are very vocal to just, you know, say that, listen, there's a repricing and things are going fine. And we know the game is financed because, one, they can finance it, and two, they have financed it. So we know there's several new sets coming, and it's at least going to be here another 3-4 years. So I wouldn't be that worried. But if you're in it for the money, I would say it is a fair risk. But if you're in it for fun, if you're in it for collecting, I would just say, you know, people just approach it more cautiously in terms of spending large sums of money. That's how I would go about it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, even if it's around a few years, it could be like Flesh and Blood, where it becomes more player centric, and the value isn't there. But
Flesh and Blood First Edition cold foils are still very expensive. Those sealed boxes are still very, very expensive, because they have a Welcome to Wraith Unlimited and a Welcome to Wraith First Edition. Yeah. And the first edition are still very expensive. They're not as high as they were.
I think they're like 1,800 or something, but they were cut. I mean, similarly, right? They retraced from, I don't know, what were they? 8,000, 5 or 8 or 10.
I'm gonna tell you right now. Flesh and Blood, Welcome to Wraith, First Edition.
I don't know what the boxes peaked at, but it was wild.
Up, sealed product line. Set product type, sealed product. Do they even have? There we go. Okay, First Edition.
You guys are throwing money at me.
That's good, man. That's great. That's awesome.
You guys have references. It's funny.
So the listed median went down. So I'm seeing they're between $1,500 and $2,500. So that's still quite expensive, you know, for first edition boxes, and I think that's pretty solid.
Yeah. People commenting on the fucking. Dan's getting me triggered here in Discord.
Why? What's he saying?
I don't know. So there's always some like I don't know. Some phony suck up nonsense that gets tossed around here. It's annoying.
29K boxes with plenty for a new game. I think we saw the number of boxes popping up lately. There are plenty in storage still. Yep, Anglerworm, I agree with you. A lot of people that had larger positions, or at least felt like the boxes of Alpha were going to the moon. It feels like we've hit a certain ceiling for now and for a little while to come, and a lot of people just decided to sell. And I think that's fair. Now, for those that remain, I don't think it's going to go much lower. I do think there's still maybe a little retracement on certain foil pricing and certain rarities. But all in all, I think there's just a slight repricing, and the game is here to stay.
Yeah, I was never worried the game was gonna die. That was just kind of like some funny bullshit there. Everyone was joking about that except Alan the Kraken. Who's just spamming his shit all over the place. But, I mean, it was never going to die. I mean, the thing is, like, is it going to scale? Is it going to grow? Is it going to be a fun little cute boutique passion project, you know, that they just kind of chip away at because he likes art, because he likes designing fun cards?
I do hope it grows. I really hope it grows, and I want to see it grow. But I think they definitely put a bit of a pause or slow down on the growth because of that announcement. So, but we'll see.
I mean, it's that. Yeah, I don't know. I think people are jumping to conclusions on it. I think once more is known on it, a new judgment will be made. So I'm not that concerned about it because it's such an early stage and the game is so unknown. I think if they communicate effectively like they did with this binder issue, if they stop like announcing things prematurely with like open-ended, no timeline whatsoever, no detail where people are going to try to like jump to conclusions. Like there's a fine balance where you're like, it's almost better to say nothing than to say something premature or incomplete, you know? So there's a fine balance of saying too little and saying too much, but saying too little at the wrong time with incomplete info is damaging, as we've seen here. But I think that might not be the only factor, but it certainly is a factor because I was hearing from the high-end collectors too, private messages and stuff.
What did they tell you? Because I think we don't speak to the same people.
Yeah, maybe in some cases we might, some cases maybe not, but it was like in that vein, just like with communication, setting expectations, missing delivery on those expectations. I always thought that it was like we were taking a leap of faith, like shooting in the dark entirely. And a lot of people are here because of Eric's creative vision, because the art is amazing, because the game design was very compelling too. So those are the two fundamental big pillars. The third pillar is business execution, and there was always the biggest risk because they don't tell us anything about the product roadmap, anything about their strategic plans, anything about their goals as a company. Remember when I had I don't know if you were following my channel like in early days, but I had that guy Joey on.
No.
Do you know him?
No.
Joey Sinart or something is his name. He's more of like into the flesh and blood scene, but he was like poking at all these things, and he was like, "What is the value proposition of this game? What is their target market? What is their strategy?" Like he's a marketing guy, and he had some really good points. I should have him back because thing's a freaking beast. He's as big as you, maybe bigger. But I mean, we're still like grasping at straws with those questions. We don't know. All we know is like it's a passion project for Eric. He loves commissioning the art and he likes designing fun cards and a fun game. And we have no idea what his goals are or his strategic direction or ambitions for this project are. So, you take it or leave it, then, and you spend money accordingly with that knowledge. But you shouldn't jump to assumptions and try to compare it to Magic or like hope they do this or hope they do that or expect they do this or that because he does whatever the hell he wants.
Of course. But I think the easiest way to grow the game is through YouTubers and getting, big Pokemon guys, big Magic guys, because a lot of people are fed up with Magic. And I think that's the best way to grow the game is honestly, just through YouTube. Of course, the LGSs is a good way to get people interested, but normally you go there for a set game already, and being convinced to buy something else when you're already there on your way to buy something may not be the best way. While seeing someone that you love on your computer or on your phone saying, "Hey guys, so I'm trying this new game," or "I bought this new product and I really like it," may get you more incentivized to then go seek it out.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean the YouTubing gets you a certain amount of reach and value, but I think really it's they got to go to conventions and show people the product. We could all do that individually as a community and host our little 40, 60 people events, even Sorcery Con a few hundred. Those are the people already in the community. It's like that's great for culture and for sustaining interest and getting people together and keeping them invested in the game. It's critically important in that regard, but to reach new people, you got to go to the big conventions, Gen Con, Spiel, and then find other ones in between to expose people to the product and direct them where to buy it and teach them how to play it. I think that's going to be the biggest bang for the buck.
Yeah. I do agree the conventions is the most important and they need to be everywhere as much as possible.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see. This is the time to do it when they have Arthurian Legends product to sell now, because that that reason for not leaning into marketing, for not pushing the product and pushing for awareness, was because they didn't have beta available. Now they have Arthurian Legends available, so it's time to do it. After the new year, get out on the road. You hired Drew and these guys, and Jesse. He's isolated down there, I guess. Drew's down in Texas. You got Chase up in Connecticut. They could start the North Pole and the South Pole of the United States and meet in the middle. Hit every LGS along the way and convention.
I agree, and I like what William Risley said. He says sorcery gives us what we want: hand painted art, great game. Nothing has changed for me, and that's my approach with buying. I still love the art. I love the game. I love completing the sets, and I don't want to be done. I don't think I'm done, and I don't even think we're in a conversation where we're talking about it being done, because we're talking about the next sets. I will fully agree with Ethercept that says that their marketing sucks. They have no marketing, and I would love to see their marketing grow. I think they're so low on marketing that there's so many different things that they can do that are great, and that's what I'd love to see focused on. But to me, I don't think the game's going anywhere. I just think we went through a repricing, and we're just going to have to learn to buy a little bit lower and sell a bit lower, and that's it. Nothing crazy.
Yeah. I think, like, marketing's not a heavy lift, though, really. It's like the product really sells itself with the art quality and the game design quality. So
the people need to see it.
Yeah, exactly. Exposing people to it, ideally in person, going to events is huge. Talk to them about hiring Joey. Joey's a polarizing figure out there in the community. I don't know what his relations are like with the staff.
Who's Joey?
Is this guy? What's his his YouTube was called like Brews and something. Like he does this thing where he has like a beer or some kind of like drink on his channel. He was more into Flesh and Blood, but he's a pretty smart marketing guy. I had him on the channel ages ago. It's in the live section in Arc. You should go watch that one. It's pretty interesting because he had a lot of good like points about like how to position the project. Yeah, Decks and Droughts is what it's called. But how to position the product and articulate what the value proposition of the game is to your potential players and collectors and stores, and giving them a reason to support and grow the game.
In regards to marketing, I'm always a bit curious, and I'm sure they're spending tons of money on art because everything needs to be hand painted and done, and that takes a lot of time. But what do you think they're spending their money on? If you had to speculate.
The company?
Yes, because what they're not spending on marketing, what are they spending on? And do they have a healthy enough profit margin that they can spend on marketing? Or do you think it's very much like spent and limited profit for growth and next stuff? Is what I'm wondering.
I don't know. It's like really hard questions to answer because I don't know how much product they're selling, what their profit margins are, or what their employee costs are.
I'm just saying because a lot of us have very clearly talked about marketing, and we know they're a small team and they just hired someone new, and they're communicating, and we know they have a few other sets in development. We know they're working with Ed Beard, and we don't know all their costs, and we don't know how it's going on.
Yeah.
But in terms of speculation, to maybe answer a few of our questions is, what are they doing with their money? And that'd be interesting. I mean, just to speculate and think about, if they're not spending on marketing, do they have the marketing money? And if they do, what are they choosing to spend their money on instead of that?
What is this guy talking about? Weed.
Well, he's saying that he said what are they doing with their whole money, and
spending money on weed
for cocaine. Yeah.
I mean, like, I don't. Yeah, it's like the employee staff payroll. Someone said here it's production cost of the product. I don't think money is a limiting factor. I think it's time, and I think focus is an issue. Like, I think there's a lot of like good grandiose ideas that are like half baked and not complete. Like the dust store could be better optimized if you kind of advertise what it is. I gotta imagine like people getting into sorcery right now, have no idea what the Dust program is, or like what that barcode is on the bottom, or they might not even notice there is a barcode. They probably think it's just some shit you scan in the store to like inventory your stock, right? They have no idea what Dust is.
I
And
agree.
then like
Most people don't.
yeah. So there's that. I mean, so like it's a great concept, the Dust thing, but like you gotta push like what the rewards are, like the fact that that program exists. Like they could be doing that on their social media on some recurring basis, using their mail list to get the word out on that, because the metrics from that are very valuable. But I don't think it's a cost issue. I think it's a time issue, and they're spread in a lot of different directions. And now that they have product, the priority just simply has to be going to shows. That's not a big cost, really. I mean, maybe it is some amount to like man a booth and stuff, but I don't think that's like an insurmountable cost or something that Eric can't afford. And I think it should be at the high of the priority spend list.
Sure. I also think that if it's not a cash issue, I think YouTube is the easiest way to just send a case or send 2 cases to one beta, one AL to 10 content creators with a check for $1,000 or whatever. I don't know how much they cost, but it can't be much more than that. And say, here, open this product. That won't cost them anything, and I'm sure it will acquire some people. I'm sure whatever dime they spend on the people, they'll get that back in customers.
Yeah. If I had to guess, I would probably think that was their strategy in the very early days when they had Red Zone Rogue and Louis and I don't know, some other, like a handful of guys doing that. But now that it's
Louis still doing it, and he's still buying it, and he's still very popular with Sorcery, and I think that's awesome. On top of continuing his Pokemon stuff, Rudy is still talking about it often as well. And I'd love to see more content creators. I want to see the Pokemon guys going for full sets. I want to see the Magic guys going into gameplay. I think these are very viable and doable things.
I just think like sending product to various content creators, I think if I had to guess, they perceive as this what?
With a check.
Well, I think it's like a startup phase type of thing to do. Now they probably perceive it as a little more of a mature game, and there's like a passionate community and a lot of content creators doing various things already.
Why is it a
go
startup
to event? Huh?
Why do you think it's a startup thing? Because, for example, Pokemon still sends its product to a lot of the PokeTubers for free, of course. And it says, hey, guys, do open some product for us, show the stuff. And they don't need the money. All the time.
Pokemon does that?
Pokemon does that.
Yeah. I don't know. All right. Do it. It's pretty inexpensive to do that. I mean, I would like cast a wide net and do all kinds of things.
I do.
But I think the best ROI and bang for the buck. Yeah, I mean YouTube. I don't know. Like one aspect of it is it's a superficial exposure to it. I mean, if you think like the art itself will sell and like, hey, look at these nice cards. I mean, they're gonna do like imagine a Pokemon person picking up Sorcery. They're not gonna give a shit about it, really, right? How are they gonna sell it? How are they gonna like? Are they going to be invested in getting people interested in it and showcasing it in a positive way?
Disagree. I think that there's always a demographic. Like there are people my age. There are people, there are people between 20 and 40 that are watching these Pokemon guys. And if they see something else that maybe excites them or interests them, and you say, hey guys, we're currently just around entry. You can get alpha, beta, and AL product. The first 3 expansions are live. The game is still growing. I see more and more people on the Discord daily. I like to check the numbers on the Sorcery growth just on the official Discord, and every single day it's not hundreds of people, but it's usually around 20 to 50 people every day, and I think that's good.
Really? That is good.
Yeah, I think that's great. We were we were just under 8,000 not that long ago. We're at 8,000.
I was wondering about that.
8,330 today, something like that. So they're clearly growing, and even if they get 10 people from that video, these are 10 people that are going to spend much more than you spend on that video most of the time. But yeah, anyways, talking about marketing, we talked about the game, we talked about AL, beta, alpha. We said the game is not going anywhere or crashing, and I know it's like midnight for you, bro. So is there like anything else you think?
I didn't even notice that. I don't know. Best ROI, he says, is sanctioned events.
Maybe, but they don't want to do official tournaments because they say they want it to be janky and kitchen table So if you want it to be janky and kitchen table-y, then you also should make it, I'd love to see more jankiness. I want to see the crazy combos that don't work that often. That's what I'm building right now.
Yeah, it's fun. Yeah.
I want the occasional turn 4 win and losing every other time. Like that's what I look for in a fun game. I want to play on the table. I want to get. I saw Josh commenting on one live game that had like 20 foot soldiers on the board, and I was like, that sounds so fun. But yeah, I think that would be great. Is there anything like lastly you want to cover before you have to go to bed?
I'm good. I'm just scanning the comments.
Does the chat have any like last questions for us? Because I know it's late for a lot of people on the East Coast, and Europeans are obviously sleeping or just starting to wake up. But if there's anything they want to ask us while we're here, otherwise we'll just we're on YouTube, we're on Facebook, and we're on Discord pretty much all the time. So it's pretty easy to chat with us when you want to.
Yeah, Pelly had something interesting earlier about it, overrated, underrated. I'm trying to find his comment.
Mm-hmm.
That's an interesting idea. Where's that comment, Pelly, about overrated, underrated?
Sorry?
Oh, here we go. Let's do a underrated versus overrated segment. Sealed product, cards, binders. He left all the art categories off of there. All of them.
I think everything's underrated. To be honest, I actually that's not true. I think beta has still a little ways to fall. I think beta hasn't moved. I think beta has moved the least, and I'm very surprised at how little beta has moved in retrospect. Alpha has cratered almost like 70 to 80%, and AL has gone from 120 a box to $80 a box. But beta has remained at 150, 160, and the singles have not moved. And when we saw it moved much less even than after their all-time lows before Team Covenant ran out. If you remember when Team Covenant ran out in March, the prices of Philostone was around $90, and the cores were at $25-30, and we still haven't gotten anywhere near that. Maybe we're 135, and some are still selling at 50, but we haven't reached the lows then, and that was a different announcement. So I think beta may have a little way more to fall, but I think alpha and AL are both just around their ceiling, plus or minus 5% before we see some more growth there.
So you think it's all temporarily underrated, is what you're saying?
Yes, I think alpha.
Upside.
I think alpha is going to stay where it's at and keep growing. I think cards have a lot of places to reach with the more exposure it gets. I think it's just going to keep growing.
It's a matter of people wanting the cards and having the confidence to buy them at the price points that they're at. Because alpha, I mean, what are like some of the high end alpha singles at, like Eric's Curiosa foil, Frazetta foils?
Foils is a different market. Foils were maybe 30 to 40 people that are collecting them, and that's a fairly high number. If we're 30 to 40 high end collectors that are fighting for alpha foils, I think that's healthy. But already alpha non-foils for the very high-end one are quite expensive, and that's already something nice. Like I think now is a good time for people that want to complete a non-foil alpha set. I think it's a good time to buy those cards. But for foil set, it's still a fortune and difficult. But I highly recommend people that want to complete a non-foil alpha set to go for it now. And I think beta still has a little ways to go down for non-foils and foils. But that's just my opinion. What about you? What do you think?
I actually don't follow the singles market that much. Because I'm like into like art and historical stuff. So I guess it's all very hard to say because it's like, all right, so looking at like sealed and singles and stuff, I got mixed thoughts on like the trajectory of the game and the upside because it's kind of it's up to like Eric and the team on how invested they are, what their scaling goals are. I mean, like some of the comments, like Simon was talking about how it's nice to have a small team. They all kind of know each other. It's a tight knit group. They know each other on a personal level and like what's going on in their lives. You lose that as the company grows. I think Eric likes that small startup vibe as an entrepreneur. He's at a latter state. He's like midlife, you know. He's very successful. He could retire if he wanted to. He's just kind of doing this for fun. So he doesn't. I don't know that he wants to go balls to the wall with it or like do it any faster or more aggressively or invest more time and energy in it, or that he even has it to invest because he's got like little kids, and he's got other entrepreneurial endeavors. I think, from what I understand, so he's got other things going on the side, family and business wise. So that kind of like caps the pace of growth. And then there's like a lot of like unconventional, uncertain things. Like how does an annual release work? How does it appeal on a broader scale? I think like the strength of the team, is going to matter. How well they communicate, how strategic they are, business decisions they make, how well they execute. And then like the things they do. Are they going to go to a bunch of events? Or are they cool just going to like Gen Con? Maybe Spiel. Spiel's a one-time thing so far. Gen Con feels like an annual thing. Do they want to go to more than that? Are they going to make that a priority? Or are they cool with where they're at? And they're just going to like kind of coast with where they're at. And as long as they have like a small, they almost like encourage like a small culture vibe to me, in my opinion. They're very close with like the guys in their own Discord. They're pushing the gameplay channels, a lot of these small time channels. They're not doing larger scale collaborations at all. So is there an interest in doing that? I mean, those would be smart business scaling type plays, I think, to be more collaborative on a broader level, but they're not doing it. So why? Is that by decision? By bandwidth choice? I don't know what their goals are. Well, it's all shot in the dark. I just love the art. I love the product. And I think a lot of the community members are awesome. So we have a good, fun time. But so I can't say like what the trajectory of like singles are. I think the intrinsic value of the art is definitely levered to the longevity of the game, but also to the popularity and career path and exposure of the artists. You know, if they get into like other projects and do well or have successful careers independent of this game, that helps the value of their work overall. So the art market's a little different. I don't know. It's a lot of factors, man. So many unknowns, more unknowns than knowns. It's always been like that.
I understand, and I think I see even more where you're invested and where your point is for your personal goals, because you're buying the art that you just like and vibe with and want to put on your wall around your house. And what happens to the game, obviously, if it collapses, is sad, but it won't affect you that much because you have the important pieces from artists that you like, and even if everything collapses, you still have something to love and keep. For those like myself that collect full sets and go for the foils and love the single cards, because I like the gaming aspect as much as I like putting the whole picture together. It's quite different. So we're both triggered in different ways by it. And I know for you, beta was always like the player set. And to me, beta was always the market. To me, beta was always represented. If you have today, to me, if we have a healthy beta, we have a healthy market. And every set will represent that normally. But because AL is too small, we can't have a healthy AL representing a healthy market. So I hope the next set will take over that and be like, okay, the Angels and Demons set is now setting a new precedent, new records, new precons, new gameplay, new everything. And so I'm excited for those things.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I do want the game to do well. I want my paintings to be valuable and treasured. You know, like that makes
of course. Like,
more great.
Having your ring is like having a Black Lotus. No, fully.
Yeah, the ring's insane in the Keith era. But I want the longevity to be there too for like the people that are passionate about the project. the collectors and players alike, the artists themselves too, because it's like a massive opportunity for the artists. And like the other thing I love is like we meet more artists through the game, but also like the altarists too are getting an opportunity through this game in like a unconventional way with being able to expose their work in our community groups. Through those things and like coming to the events like Dustin Brossard. Did you meet him at Sorcery Con?
Yeah, I did.
People loved his stuff, and he was like a MTG altar. He wasn't even actively doing MTG altars anymore. He was just like he's a tattoo artist is his full-time job, and he was like fully embraced by the Sorcery community. He sold 16 paintings, which is insane.
Is he going to do stuff with the company, or we don't know yet?
I think he talked to Eric, and Eric kind of liked a couple of his pieces and thought it was like, thematically fitting or like stylistically fitting, I guess is the better word. So I don't know that he made him any guarantees or promises, but he seemed to resonate with some of his stuff. So it's a possibility. But yeah, that would be like amazing because we're bringing like the communities, bringing artists to shows and showcasing their work on Sorcery platforms. It's getting them exposure. Maybe they get an opportunity with the company, but even if not, like Sorcery fans are enjoying their work. And it's spreading like the love and appreciation for art in general. So that's pretty awesome too. Enhances the experience for everybody.
No, fully. All right. Does chat wanna poke at us for like a last question or two before we let Mike go? It's 12:30 over there, guys.
Just need a protein bar. I'm good to go. I think looking at beta. Oh. Yeah, it's interesting. The guy agreed with your point that beta is the pulse of the Sorcery market. I guess because that's the core set right now for players. I don't know about collector aspect. I'm still mixed emotions on that.
No, I think for collectors too, because if you look at what's the most liquid asset in Sorcery, and it's very easily non-foil cores and stones. That's what people want. That's what people collect. Yeah. That's the thing that moves the fastest. And
non-foil cores and stones?
Non-foil beta cores and stones. Alpha ones will always move slower. They're going to be desirable, but less. And people won't be able to buy several at a time or rarely can. So I see a lot of people being more happy with like, I want to have the Sorcery 9 from beta, and I still view those as being the most wanted and desired cards.
What is the price delta between like a beta stone versus an alpha stone?
About 2.5 times right now. It's around $120, $130 for a beta stone, and it's around a little under $300 for an alpha stone.
Okay. So, I mean, I think a lot of that is somewhat coincidental because just due to financial affordability, the sheer size of the set being 403 cards, it's not accessible for like the mass market. So by default, alpha is a non-starter for like the majority of people. Even at a non-foil level, it's very expensive to get all 403 cards. So I think by default, people are going to beta. That's the only show in town right now. If you want to have the first core set, right? Just like the same thing happened in Flesh and Blood. Like not a lot of people went for first edition cold foils. They defaulted to unlimited and tried to go for a full set of unlimited. It's the same thing. And then I think like after Arthurian Legends, when you have another big core set, the question will be, will there be demand to come back to beta? How relevant will beta be? Maybe it will be a mainstay core set. That's the other like big wild card. What if they do a revise and they have all the same cards as beta? Beta could be like a niche thing. Like people might start collecting revise because it's so much cheaper than beta. And then, maybe the people that were invested in beta do well, but it might not be something that has sustained upside because I don't know what the demand growth of it would be like. Would there be more people coming in and going for that and spending a premium on that versus just going for the revised? We don't know if there's going to be a revised, so no one knows anything about anything.
Yeah,
I'm just saying there's a lot of unknown, which means risk, which means. Well,
no, because if they print a revised, it'll be done differently. Even if there's a different symbol, it's done differently. But yes, it definitely does put a bit of a stop and a break on the exponential growth that alpha and beta can go through. But if there's a massive market that's wanting it, like if in 1 year we go from 8,000 people on the main Discord to 25,000, and they're saying, hey guys, we never got a taste of alpha beta, Angels and Demons is amazing, but we'd love to be able to buy a stone under $500. and the company hears that and says, you know what, we're going to make a second supplementary set this 1 year, and it's going to be white bordered, or it's going to have little borders, or it's going to have different art for the Sorcery 9, or I don't know, whatever they're going to do, or they're going to change the rarities or make them curios, whatever they decide to do. But something like that could happen.
I played this scenario out in my mind the other day, James. So for art, for me, you for cards. If you had to get out of the house quick with only one piece, what would it be? So, so I was getting over a cold the other day. I was hyped up on NyQuil, and I woke up like it was like late in the night or middle of the night, and I started getting like paranoid and stuff, like hearing things, and I started like smelling things. I thought maybe something was on fire. Like I have a tree downstairs. I was like, oh, maybe the tree's getting dehydrated and it's on fire downstairs, or like my furnace in the basement or something, right? So I started like actually having this mental exercise, and I was like, what would I do? I'll go to my daughter's room. You know, the roof's like close by, or like I tie the sheet to the bedpost, and I'd shimmy them down like one at a time and figure out, you know, where they all are and get them out of there. And I was thinking, like, what would I grab? Should I grab some items or just go for the family members? So would I grab a painting? I don't know. I wouldn't be that Gadu one. That'd be a little unwieldy, just out of practicality. So if I could get the whole family out safely and a painting, I don't know, man. The
Kythera mechanism is looking hella cute, man.
Yeah.
And that avatar of air is
the
incredible.
avatar is like super iconic. It would be such a loss to the society of sorcery, I think. So I'd probably go for that one, I think, out of principle.
For me, once my dog is out, I would just grab a binder, because I have I have so many binders. I have one binder with graded cards, and I would just take that binder because it has a lot of my expensive Magic the Gathering Alpha, Pokemon First Edition stuff, and Sorcery expensive foils graded. So I just grab it here.
Yeah, Noble says AOA and Ring. I'd grab two. I'd toss the kids out the window and start delicately shimmying the paintings down the bed sheet. I'd be tossing them to the kids. Like, all right, this is a broken leg. Your arms still work. Don't worry about the leg. Oh man, we're some cynical bastards up in here. Did they fix up the rules like Ira? Or wait, fix up the rules with Ira like Josh was talking about?
Errata fixing on the new cards for new printing. But before we talk about more printings of Alpha and Beta, let's get through it. Let's get to the next set, guys. You know, I'm really excited already for the Ed Beard stuff and all that. So, you know, let's just go where we're at, you know. But what else?
Each get a box of APs and samples.
Are you good, bro? You're tired? Should we take one last one, or we're ready for sleep?
I'm down for whatever.
Yeah, all right. Well, I think this was fun, man. Thanks for we did cover the binders. We said that the company gave everything back. They're all refunded. So if you got a binder and you ordered it, it's free. Congratulations. Lucky to all those that have them. Those are going to be some kind of a rare collectible item at some point, because whatever was ordered is free, and that's it, and discontinued.
Yeah. Yeah, I liked your news report in the official Discord. It's like it's funny how you just you just barge into a Discord. You don't read anything that's going on. You just blurt something out, and you're like, "Oh, you've been talking about this for the past hour already."
I had no idea. I had genuinely no clue. I was putting my cards in the binder. I was like, "This feels weird," and then I looked at the cutting, and I was like, "Oh, this doesn't fit." And then I was like, "Oh, is this just me or is this everyone?" And then I saw your comment. Can you tell us what time it was an hour ago? And I was like, "Oh, shit."
Yeah, people were like ranting about it for like a solid hour, and then I don't know how they got an announcement out that quick. They must have known, like, maybe some people got it. They must have been getting a lot of inquiries over the past couple of days, is what I have to guess. Like maybe the first people that got it, and this was like a common issue, and then, or maybe they got some product themselves too. Yeah. From the main batch that was produced, and they're like, "Oh shit, we got a problem on our hand. What are we gonna do about it?" And they came up with a position on it. So that's good. As the first wave before, and then cut it off. Hopefully, it's delisted off the website. I'm sure it is, so people can order more.
I'm happy. I got one of each. I have one of each. I have one sleeve, and that's fine with me.
Yeah.
But voila. All right, bro. Well, thanks for inviting me on. It was a fun chat with you and Josh as well. Before that, I got to hear a fair amount of it. That's really cool. But we should have a three-way sometime, either with Josh, either with I forgot who else wanted to join us. I think that'd be fun. Make a little group chat.
Wants to get in on
Yeah, I mean those things are fun, and thanks guys for listening to us ramble. And it's always a pleasure, and it's nice to be here. And thanks for chatting, Mike.
Yeah, man. Thanks for popping in. Glad it worked out.
Yeah. And a big shout out to Sam for calling me in. If he's still here, and he better be working. I hope you're working, man.
Yeah. All right, dude. I'll catch you later. All right. Let me see. All right. I kicked them out of the studio, guys. One last thing here. Oh, wait. Gotta get Pelly out of here. 2 likes I got in the Facebooks. So we got that's my keyboard right there. Did I show the Squire? I couldn't remember if I showed the Squire from the overhead cam. I think I did, though. There it is. Yeah, because I remember the glare on the varnish was coming up. This is going to be coming up this week. Collector Arthouse Discord and Sorcery Community Facebook group. So when people are watching this back and they get to 3 hours and 29 minutes, they'll get to see the painting. There it is, Alan Pollock. It's actually pretty sizable. My camera's mounted very high. Very high. That's why you see the crossbar right here. Right in the overhead view. So it's a good size painting. I think he does a lot of his paintings on this side. I actually have his Sorcerer painting. Everyone was playing the Sorcerer at the Siege of the Core. So it's pretty epic. The Reckless Squire. The trolley of troll cards. There it is. The Troll Curios. There's actually literally Troll Curios. And then there's other Trolley Curios. What does the Reckless Squire do again? Is this the guy that's like holding all the weapons? Nah. What is the curio aspect of this one? I can't remember now. It has a curio altar, right? All the squires do, I thought. You got Reckless, Thankless. Thankless is the one that's Kyle from Sorcery Con. Then you have, Reckless, Thankless. There's another one. Charge and Lance. Oh, the Charge in all caps. Yeah, amazing. An amazing curio idea. How could you get better than that? You know? Like, all caps? Who would have thought that? Who would have guessed it? All caps. Charge! Who would have guessed that one? It's very clever. When I think of the curios I want, I think about which ones can I get with different text. And then you got the Easily, the Goat of Goats. This one's on auction this weekend. It hit reserve. It's at 800. 800. It's interesting. This is what you should do, I think. If you're an artist, you stake claim. What is going on? I pay for 1080p. They're always jacking up the prices on me. I just got slapped with like a absurd bill for the annual StreamYard plan for this moment right here. The Adept Illusionist, he signs it on the front. He says, that's my card. I'm Jeff Easley. The Goat of Goats. And then when you do a painting, you got to sign the painting. So he also paints it here in his awesome, the E he does. The inverted E or reversed or something wild going on with this E. It's Jeff Easley. It's the J overlaying the E, and you get the J Easley. And it's the wizard with the skulls. And I showed the first one. The first one sold for like $1,425, $1,425. This one's at $800 right now. And then Sunday night, the sample pack. No one wants to do sample pack breaks anymore. Nobody. Only 10 guys. Only 10, but I need 15. So this sample pack, which is from... Where is this sample pack from? I thought... Oh, this one is from... This is a US-based sample pack. US-based sample pack. I have some from Germany as well. I need 5 more people to do this. $400 a slot. And then that'll be done. We're going to open an alpha box. I think the alpha box is pre-sold. 10 slots of the 15 are sold on this, so I need 5 more. We're going to have a beta box. I can't remember if that sold out. If it didn't sell out, I might just give it away or something. I'll break it up and throw stuff in. And then I got an Arthurian Legends box. I'm going to open that up. There's going to be a Bearish case that comes with a sealed Bearish pack. Or no, sealed Arthurian Legends pack in a bearish case. It's like the break of all breaks. But I think with the sample, I was trying to incentivize the sample pack break because that's the most fun, right? That and alpha, but sample packs are king, right? Let's go. Let's be serious. So the sample pack, if you do that, you get the bearish pack universal case with a sealed Arthurian Legends pack within it. And then I'm going to break the rest of the pack and spin the wheel and give that away. And then there'll be these like... then I got these frames. These frames, right? It's upside down. I'm gonna send one of these frames to everybody. Maybe I'll put your... I don't know if it's safe to ship. I'll either just like wrap up the frame separately or I'll put the sample card in the frame. But there's all these assortments of frames. These are actually, I think these are my personal frames. This guy like just went nuts sending me a bunch of frames. I actually got a box of frames there that are going to be the ones I give away. So these are just some representative ones. So stylistically you kind of see. And it's got a slot in the back. The card slides right in. It's pretty sick. Show me what's in that pack first and I'll think about it, Noble. Dude, they're all rare. Even the ordinaries are stupidly rare. Look at this, Cho. How about them apples? Spellcraft, baby. He wants me to inventory these. This is my Spellcraft collection. I don't know if you were on. I pulled them out of the binder because now you're going to make me take pictures of everyone individually. So I was going to show this. I started to before Ivan said he was available all of a sudden. So look at this, guys. When you're in a Spellcraft era, some wild things happen. See, this is what I want to know. I want to know, like, do you have, in some cases, the Spellcraft variant early design to match the sample card version? Because there's some interesting... we know, like, for the basic lands, no. But for the other stuff, yes. So the desert was simply called desert, right? You didn't have Arid Desert and Smoke a Troll Desert and whatnot. It was just desert. You see the art's different, but it's still just desert. Simple. And you got Spellcraft, and you still had the regions like you had in the pre-alpha precons and things before they went to alpha, and they removed the names of the regions. So you had Unland, Midland, Highland, Fireland, right? And the cards mirrored these names. So you have Rimland Nomads was commissioned as Fireland Nomads. Elvira Shakarova told us that when she came on the channel. So she, that's why there's like that fire blaze and the goat running under the text box. Is that Mount Doom? I don't know. I don't know what Mount Doom is. That's a God tier SCR historical collection. It is. And then I got the Red Zone Rogue decks. I got each of the 4 element decks, all of them, dude. I got that, and then I got the playtest cards I could show you too. The early development cards, some signed by Rafa. So desert again, desert. So we got some of the basic lands. I think I got a few. They're all desert, but they're the different arts. The tower, similarly, called only Tower, right? This is the one that was, this is the Nosferatu, where this is a real historical landmark, a real historical castle or building, where they filmed the old movie, the original of Nosferatu. And that's what inspired our buddy Mikhail Nagypal, who was chasing people around. He was a wild man. I can't even say it. I can't say it. He's a family man. He was out there. He was out in the town in Vegas, behaving himself. But he was out there alone, venturing, going to bars, chilling. Tower, the lone tower, but only Tower, as the Spellcraft. Ooh, guys, Tower. But look at this, the Seagrave dual land. Can you imagine having a dual land Spellcraft? Dual land Spellcraft. Look at that, guys. Ruins by Dan Seagrave. Incredible. We love Dan. Dude, wasn't it amazing Dan Seagrave came to Sorcery Con? I got a Tool of the Duel Spellcraft. Dan Seagrave. Joe wants these so bad. like a week before Sorcery Con, Dan hits me up. He says, I know it's late in the day. What if you'll have me? I'll come. I was like, dude, what is your phone number? I'm going to call you right now. We're going to talk about this. We're going to figure this out. Whatever I got to do. I think I paid for his hotel or something, or I don't know. I personally paid for some of the artists because, like, I just wanted to have as many artists there as possible. I wanted to have an amazing experience for the community. So I did some things. I did some fundraising, and I did some personal sponsorship of artists to come to that. And it was amazing, man. It was amazing for everybody. It was amazing for me. It was amazing for you. It was amazing for people on the stream watching. It was amazing for the guy that wants me to give away my community group, because it grew the community group. And now I can give it away in good conscience to the company, and they can do whatever they want in their official hands. There you go. Spellcraft, Atlas, Dan Seagrave, Dual Land. All right, so now we're getting into Pompetti. And you see, just like the sample card that nobody wants to do a sample pack break. They want to go on Philo cards and Louis channel. Louis. When do the Louis breaks? Fine. I'll just keep them. Just keep them in there. I'll keep them. That one, I would like to do the one. Anyway, Critical Strike. Elite Magic of Quick and Extreme Violence. Critical Strike, Quick. You cast it on your opponent's turn. That's why it costs 0. You just got to have the threshold in place, and whammy. How's George doing? I don't know. George is emaciated, man. He looks like a stick, a face on a stick, and the face is barely there now too. It's like it's melting away. Target creature deals twice its power, and damage this turn. Draw a spell. I don't know. Did that change? All I heard is Mike is giving these away to the community. Puppet Master. An elite spirit pulls the strings here. Airborne stealth. You control all creatures on this square. You know what? I should have the... I'm very curious. I should have my... What's going on with Randy Moss? Randy. Let's go to Liz Danforth. Well, the color's different? It does look like it, yes. The color saturation is different because these were printed presumably by Eric in New Zealand. This is like pre Randy Moss Minnesota Vikes, baby. All right, so it doesn't have stealth anymore. It had stealth in the Spellcraft era. An elite spirit pulls the strings. An elite spirit pulls the strings here. You control all creatures on this square. So, Genesis, tap, gain control of all tap minions here until Puppet Master leaves the realm. You control all creatures on this square. So they're talking about squares in the early days. Yeah, the hues are different. It's very interesting. Squirming Mass. You see what's going on here, guys? So let's go to the Brian page on collectorarthouse.com. Brian Smith. I got a... Catches the beat. I'm going to have to do a separate video here because when I showcase these Spellcraft, they get lost. So the this is what I thought here. The X, that changed. That was 0. And now whenever a nearby minion dies, Squirming Mass permanently gains its power. Okay, so it's based on death. Here, the mass's power is the same as the number of dead creatures in all discard piles. It occupies all Earth sites. Holy shit. So this powerhouse is just everywhere based on the Discord pile. That's insane. Dude, these early design cards were so freaking broken. So many of them were just like wildly OP. Here you go. Cho's going to lose his mind here. Cho's going to start breaking things. Fiery Inferno. Skewering the organs and guts of this corpse is this sick Brian Smith Fiery Inferno, which is certainly going to be a godly card in Angels and Demons, right? It absolutely has to be. Legendary magic of massive destruction. Legendary magic, massive destruction. Play at the intersection of 4 squares, like an aura, right? I know how the game's played. At the beginning, so this is like, it is an aura. It's like a spell. It became an aura, but it was just legendary magic in early days. At the beginning of your turn, Inferno deals 7 damage to everything on those sites. Massive destruction. 7 damage, 4 sites. Put it right in the corner. Wait for it. Incredible. Look at this, Cho. Double Pudge. Extra pudgy. I might auction one of these too. This will be the gauge of the market. After the dead cat bounce, we'll try to give it a whirl with the Pudge Butcher. A greedy monster of exceptional sloth. The butcher can't move normally. It casts its hook in a straight line and reels its prey in. This is considered an attack. So 4 and 5. Yeah, the Pudge. The good old Pudge is an iconic card. It's a disgusting art. It's filthy. Nobody likes that art. Nobody. Not even Brian. Scourge Spider. Choose and kill a creature on the square the spider is summoned on. Another Brian Smith. All right, the Highland Titan. Remember, guys? It's a Rateness Titan now. So we got a name change. I want to say the sample card might also be called Highland Titan. This is what's really interesting. If you go for the full set, if you're not a scumbag, and you do the sample pack breaks, you end up with cards. And then you got to get all the cards. You got to get the Spellcraft. You got to get the Rafa early development card, playtest card. So it goes Spellcraft, early playtest card, sample card, alpha card, beta card, summer beta card if you want to be a douche. And then that's it. Because Arthurian Legends has different cards. Sometimes the sample card or spellcraft card is not an alpha or beta. It's only in Arthurian Legends, or it's not in the game at all yet. And it's coming. It's coming. It's got to be, right? An elite giant of epic proportions. Play at the intersection of 4 squares. The Titan occupies 4 squares at the same time. Slams you for 7. All right, the Scavenging Fiend. Now, in the Scavenging Fiend, if I remember correctly, let's go to... Of course, I'm seeing my other screen here. Nobody else is seeing it. Only me. But I'm going to do a little validation exercise. Because as I recall, when I profiled these cards back in the day, there was some inversion going on. And this is it, guys. Look at this. You thought I was toying with you. Take a look at this. We're not even an hour 4 yet. No big deal. I even went to bed. Look at my screen here, guys. You see this Scavenging Fiend? What is he doing? This guy is going left to right. That's strong. Strong. Left to right. You go right to left, that's a Kevmo move. Only a Kevmo would go right to left. You want to go strong side, you always go to the right. The power side. The strong hand. The right hand. So you reverse the art. And this happened on several pieces. Did Gilded Aegis? No, the Gilded Aegis stayed intact. But yeah, it's inverted there. And this happened on several artworks, and it was like an aesthetic decision by Eric to he liked the way it fit the card. I think some of it had to do with like the balance you see. Are you guys seeing my mouse on the screen? You seeing a mouse? Or not? This is Kevmo going right to left. It's going to the weak hand, Dan. Unbelievable, this fucking Kevmo. Look at this. Spiky back, all bony. Can't even bench his own body weight. Silly little man. Little gerbil mustache. Little gerbil on the upper lip. So, alright, you can't see it. So, over there, you got right to left Kevmo. Here, you got Power Mo. Left to right. And you got this, like, castle sticking up here. You see that? And then you got kind of like the balance. I think this is what it came down to. It's like an aesthetic thing. Like Eric's very anal in particular about this. And he thought the balance worked better with the flow of the card. Ted's just tuning in. 3 hours and 47 minutes later. Showing up to the party. What's up, Ted? Yeah, we've been going for almost 4 hours. My back's been wrecked too. I didn't even lift this week. I'm like a little chubby adult. A little chubber. I gotta get back on the wagon. Got a little reckless. Had some holiday food. Tweaked the back. I had a cold, so I was trying to get the full strength. But I'm pretty much back. I'm gonna start lifting again tomorrow. Hammer pendant, 0 cost. An ordinary relic of returning potential. Now, of course, it's called the torch hammer now. The torch hammer. Yeah, you got 4 hours to kill. You could catch it all, Ted. Spellcraft is what we're looking at right now. So it's the earliest most cards. You had Spellcraft. You had the playtest development cards that people printed off and the developers had some. Then you had the sample cards. And Ted, tell your buddies here, I got to sell 5 more slots in this sample pack break. And then we're going to crack this and Alpha and Beta and Arthurian Legends and showcase some things like we always do. Check out this too, guys. The Bearish Brothers. They designed this for me. Great guys. So I got my business card here. Severin designed this for me. Severin. Beautiful. The Philosopher's Stone. Digitally overlaid the Collector Arthouse logo. I should probably upgrade that logo. I'm kind of invested in it. It's my brand. It's my logo now. I really don't want to change it now. So I got the barcode on the back that takes you to the link tree. Collector Arthouse link tree. That's the business card. $400 per slot is what it is. I know it's pricey for some. But the thing is, if you hit the elite or unique slot, the cards are insane. They're like 4 figures every time. People will pay wild money for those. And then the exceptionals are insanely rare as well. So you see what it's all about. The Bearish Bros. They see what it's all about, right? Really cool. And then you go there, and that's what it's all about. You got the Patreon. I always forget to mention the Patreon on these lives. Again, you got my barcode. You get the discount at Bearish. And priority access to limited edition and embellished prints, playmats, etc. You got one of the first projects with Severin. We did the Phyllis Stone. We did the elemental avatars, embellished, amazing. The embellished, I almost forgot about the embellished elemental avatars. I actually did forget. They're incredible. These playmats she did, you see in one on the overhead, incredible. Bearish, I do affiliation collaborations with brands I love and trust. I'm like, 2 pages in. You just saying that, Ted? You just saying that, or you know about the binder issues? It is a move set over to the binders, dude. The binders. You need to read your emails, buddy. Those binders. Did you see my video short? Let me drop my video short in here. I dropped it in. Ted, don't do anything until you watch my cautionary video short. You know what? Is there a way we could watch it together? That would be a special moment. I'm getting all the Luigi videos in here. Some interesting things going on with old Luigi. So that's at the top of the feed. 154 people are watching my cautionary tale. There you go, Teddy. There you go, Teddy boy. Look at this, Ted. Click on that. Or copy paste it or something. Look at this, Ted. Let me show you what happened with the binders. See that? Can't make this up. See? It's a boss troll. I actually broke my. You see that slit right there? I sacrificed a slot right there. It's disgusted with it. I had to toss it aside. Look at this. Like, I tried everything, every angle, overhead, under, left to right, power stroke. I could have went right to left like a Kevmo. Crumble it and toss it. Look at this. Look at this. Straight, nope. Up to down, down to up. Nah. Fuck it. Look at this. Watch. Nah. Get out of here. All right. That was it, man. That's basically the long and short of it. You check that out in Collector Arthouse shorts. Yeah, we watched it together. You guys probably weren't catching the audio, but there's a beautiful soundtrack to that. You got to see it. It's amazing. All right, that's gonna be I'm expecting that to go viral. I'm banking on that to grow the channel because you really can't grow the channel with lives. You really need like top-notch shorts like that. They go viral and get about 10,000 views. Next thing you know, you're a Louis. Weary Pilgrim, an elite mortal on a spiritual journey. Who was that? There was a guy. It's of course it's Wayfaring Pilgrim now. You know, so another change. Weary Pilgrim. They're not wary really. They're just wayfaring. They're just kind of like walking aimlessly, or with religious intent or something. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about these pilgrims. Fireball. So the splash damage. This is a Doug Kovacs. Did this one prevail? What happened with this fireball by Doug Kovacs? Yeah, they got rid of the grid splash damage, and it also became an exceptional. So you know. It was an elite in the early days. Look at this. An elite undead hunting for treasure. So things are all over the place. You know? Now the mortals are undead. You don't have a spell that's undead. What is this with an undead magic spell? Doesn't make sense. There's no such thing. But in Spellcraft, it was a free-for-all. It's wild. It's wild early days. Fireball travels forward from your starting site. It explodes, dealing splash damage when it hits a creature or opponent. I really don't need these AirPods. It's probably talking much louder than I need to. Because my ears are jammed up. I don't get why they won't go in. Are the pockets not big enough? Yeah, man. Yeah, they're a little tight. Is the thing. They weren't made to spec. It's erratic. Some are tight, some are loosey-goosey. I haven't had all his shit up in there. Just damaging cards. EC probably fast-tracked the binder refunds to rug pull your trending YouTube short, Mike. Yeah, I think you're right. They're like, holy shit. As soon as I put out that video, the announcement came, and they're like, we're pulling this back. Refunding everybody. Can't have this. You know? Not until we own the community group and we can control the narrative at scale. Right in there. Man, I'm just now buying my first alpha cards. I'm not ready to dip back further yet. Would love to have some sample cards, though, eventually. Come on, Jabriel? It's Jabriel. Come on, dude. Sample cards. What do you mean eventually? Eventually, they're going to be out of reach. $400? What is that, like a couple extra hours at the office? No big deal. Just get one. Look at Cho. He just buys everything. He'll buy your house when you're not looking. You come home, all the locks will be changed. But my fucking key doesn't work. My garage door opener works no problem, but I can only get as far as the garage. Can't get any of the cars. Can't get into any of the cars. He'll change the locks on your cars too. He does whatever he wants. It's Cho. You could be like Cho. Instead, you're gonna be at home, waiting for the last 5 of the break to sell. I'll refund you. I'll say I'm going to refund you and then just not do it. What? I don't know. At least I'll let you in your own house. That's the fireball. We already talked about that. The Doomsday Prophet. Unique mortal prognosticating the end. I think that stayed the same. Nearby magic is doubled. We'll get a rolling boulders, guys. Joe's going to like this one. Because it's art that hasn't been used by Doug Kovacs. You know? The Jussie Pilkus. I almost have a playset of this. Because it's ordinary. I got 3 of the 4. Who has a YouTube account and no email? Are you talking about Ted? Ted's in the dark on this one. He's like, why doesn't that card fit in that binder? I don't get it, Mike. Why were you jamming that boss troll in there? And then why did you crush its soul and toss it across the binder when you just put it in the binder? The Belmont Long Bowman. Let me see what's up with these long bowmen. Belmont? Andrea. Modesti. I very strongly considered buying this painting. Yeah, they became ordinary mortals. Ranged. Ranged +2 before. Yeah. I almost thought about buying this one. I really like the colorful nature of it. I don't know. I got a lot. I got a lot of Modesty, guys. Whole lot of Modesty. Dispel. I actually own this painting. I almost forgot I owned it. It's in a pad folio. I need to get it framed. But yeah, this is a big, highly meta-relevant card. Everyone's using the quick magic. It's not quick magic in alpha, but Dispel. You know, you got to get rid of that ring, so people use the Dispel. Target relic or magic in play is discarded. Discarded. Discarded, they say. In play is discarded. Did they go with that wording? Yeah, I got that painting. Destroy all auras and artifacts at target location up to 2 steps away. Oh, so it's range bound. Up to 2 steps from the caster. Okay. This is target relic. So you could hit this anywhere on the board. That's actually pretty powerful. So it got nerfed a little bit. No. Oh, did you order a binder, Ted? No email, huh? Maybe you didn't order a binder. Yeah, there's screenshots in the email. Anyway. Peasant Rebellion. This is one that didn't make it till Arthurian Legends, right, guys? Back to Modesty. This was interesting because we have the Spellcraft, which... So there's not going to be many Spellcraft and not many sample cards that are only in Arthurian Legends and not in Alpha and Beta. So that's another fascinating aspect of Modesty. Of some of these Spellcraft is what I meant to say. So the Peasant Rebellion. This is a banger of a card, isn't it? Peasant Revolt. It's unique magic now. Violent magic. Violent magic. It didn't have the rarity in there. Look at that. You see that? It didn't have the rarity. It says violent magic. It had a typo on it, guys. Look at this. Violent magic of. Violent magic of. A long coming revolution. Now it's unique magic to level the playing field. Yeah, that's the one that works like balance. Did I show this? Yeah, I did show this. I showed this, with the sample card, and then AL. I don't know if I showed the AL one. Yeah, I think I did. In a post. Remember the Sleeping Giant? So I actually did have another one of these. The other one I sold on consignment, so it's just me and one other. 1 a.m. here. Got to turn my brain off later on. Yeah, you know what? I should call it too. My back's getting jacked again too, and I got to start lifting again tomorrow. So you got the crossbowman, the battering ram, the fire blast, the rattlesnakes, panorama manticore, the wolves. 3 of the wolves. So the wolf pack's intact. The firelands, baby. An elite but uncontrollable mythic emerge. Some grammatical issues on these. Quarrel kobolds, not quarrelsome. Shackle Cerberus, not Cerberus in chains. Spiralich, boss troll. If you're gonna have one, right? Backstab, short printed. Ornithopter, guys. Dude, that's sick. I forgot this was called Ornithopter. So when in the early days, Elvira was telling me the names of all her paintings, and she said this was Ornithopter. And then it got changed to Wings of Invention. And then, was that the final name? Wings of Invention. Go to the Elvira Shakarova page. What are you talking about? Yeah, Wings of Invention. Ornithopter. Oh, shush. I was tired. Rimland Nomads. Maybe it wasn't a Fireland. Eastern Dragon. Waypoint Portal. Jeff Easley. Massive. These were on like a different paper stock, those two. A little floppy. Yeah, sample card name. Common Sense. I think I actually gave away one of these. It's very generous of me to do. I think I had 3 of them. It's like the most powerful card in the game. I probably just pissed away like, I don't know, $2,000 or something. It's probably worth a stupid amount of money because the card is so like absurdly good. And I gave it to somebody. a Patreon supporter, so hopefully it was an early adopter Patreon supporter. I forget who it was, honestly, exactly. It was a while back. I gave away a bunch of development cards too, early development cards, to Patreon supporters. So yeah, I gotta get that pack sold. We can have a fun break. First, what is the banger that he was gushing about? It's the you like the fiery inferno there, Joe? Let me show you what happens when it gets Z'd. See this? Look at that. See that frame? You've never seen a frame like that one before. Not with the Spellcraft Fiery Inferno. You want me to send it to you just like that, Joe? In the frame? I gotta get this break done, man. I think my back's wrecked. I don't know what's going on with me. I'm on borrowed time. Yeah, the frame's pretty sick, isn't it? What would look good in that frame? Let me see. I want to put the Inferno somewhere in the middle. I don't want it too close to the top. You never know what could happen up top. What would look good in that Z's frame? The Pudge Butcher? Someone screenshot a Pudge Butcher in a Z's frame. That's the play right there, guys. For sure. I'll take it whatever way. We're going to Pudge Butcher in a Z's frame. Someone screenshot this and share it in the socials. Cho will do it. Look at this, guys. Only at Collector Arthouse. Only the Collector Arthouse. You see? Take it all in, boys. There it is. Get me smiling in it, too. Look how happy I am about it. Look how happy I am about this scene right here. This guy never misses legs day. He doesn't even have legs. He's got serpentine worm legs. You see? He's legless. That's the problem. Can't do squats. What do you expect? You're gonna get a little soft in the upper body. Look at this freak. It's ridiculous. It's Z's though, baby. That's Z's. Gone too soon. Z's. It's a shame. Could have done more. He made an impact. Definitely made his impression felt. Where's my other Pudge? I should sleep more, guys. Wonder what the wife's doing right now. I'm drooling on her pillow somewhere. Alright, guys. What was it? 1:07? 4 hours we went. No big deal. Alright, guys. We're going to try to do that break. We're going to do the Squire this week. Got the Easily going. We might have some Seagrave paintings coming up. Got some of the Vasily prints left. My guy Vasily, man. Love Vasily. Look at these real quick. I'm trying to sell these prints for Vasily. Sold a few of them. We got the White Heart. And then I've been doing the I should have done this earlier. There's more than 16 people left. White Heart, there's a few of those. Oh. Yeah, White Heart. Face City. Look at that Face City. Beautiful artwork. Ethercept. It's wasted. The cool thing is, too, on the back. Yeah, Ivan went to bed, so I had to carry on. Vasily. And then some Russian stuff. You can't miss Spellcraft. And then you got... Oh, I only have one left of the Face City. Wow. Great. Only one left of the Face City. I have two of the White Hearts. I think I might have 3 of the Reapers. 1, 2, 3 Reapers. So we got 3 Reapers, 1 Face City, and 2 White Hearts. Prince, Vasily Ermolayev. He sent me those from Russia. Oh, look at this, guys. Look at all this art. Look at all this art laying around. Margaret gave me this. 2 of 36. 36. Why not? Why stop at 35 when you can do 36? 2 of 36. The round table. Maybe she ran out of ink at 36. I don't know. It's an interesting choice. All right, so Jeff gave me very nicely gave me this early development of Monster Hunter. He knows I'm a big fan of Monster Hunter. His painting. It was one of my favorite paintings of his in Alpha. You see how different it was? The beast, he was like a large beast. So this guy's hunting the monster. The monster's kind of lurking behind him, you know? In the other one, this guy is standing prominently at the precipice of this rock. And then this monster is like in the house. I got to get the story on this from Jeff, like if that was a cue from Eric. Because like the act of hunting, or if this was just a different concept that Jeff was working through. Jeff Menges, this is. Because it's not the monster hunting the guy. It's the guy hunting the monster. So the monster's the prey. He's lurking in the house in the final version. You know, that's my interpretation at least. This guy's out there looking. He's on the precipice of the rock. The little monster's lurking in the building. One's going to get the other. You don't know. You just don't know. And then this here, it's in a bag. I could take it out of the bag. Or I could just flatten it out. This is the original painting here. These acid-free bags is what you want to use if you have it in storage. And I gotta get it framed up. It's a freaking amazing painting, right? The Sorcerer. Original painting. This was the promo. It's a very special one. Because one, everybody uses this avatar. It's a very popular avatar. But Eric, in the pledge pack, he signed his name on every one of these cards. You know? So it's got some great history to it. And then the Squire. See that the Squire. See, I told you he works in the size pretty commonly. See, the Squire's the same size. Very nice, practical size. It's pretty large. But it's also not massive and unruly. So it can display very nicely in the home. Alan did a masterful job packing that too. It was very impressive. All right, so you got freaking amazing. Look at this painting, man. That's a painting. Someone painted that. Alan Pollock painted that. It really looks like a photograph. It's unbelievable. So as we have the Mikhail Nagy Paul auctions, we're going to offer those with a print when I do the artist proof auctions. So we got beautiful Wind Blast, the Rattlesnakes. These are limited series prints, 25. I still got the 1 in 25, the Rattlesnakes. This is insane. The vivid colors, again, the fact that someone painted this is phenomenal. The Brib Nangnab Bullfrog. Who let this one get away? The 1 in 25 is here, again. So I'll offer that. The Plague of Frogs, of course I'm about the 1 in 25. I think Dan actually owns the Plague of Frogs 1 in 25. Because this is the number 2. Dude, this is like a lot of people's favorite artwork from Mikhail. Amazing vivid colors. Extraordinary creativity. I got the 1 and the 2 and the 3 of the Plague and Frogs. But I don't think I have any artist proofs of the Plague of Frogs. I just did the Sinkhole. So I sent one of those off. The 1 of 25. This is the 2 of 25. I could sell these individually as well too. But some of them we're going to offer. Oh, the 1 of 25 of the Tower. That's pretty hot. We're going to offer with the sample. Or not the sample. The artist proofs. I have artist proofs. I think I have 2 artist proofs of Flood. His Floods are amazing. Oh man, the best, oh man, I miss those days. The innocent early days of Sorcery, guys. I did some great, touching artist proofs with these artists. It was a beautiful time. It's a lot of fun, you know. No hassles, no toxicity, no bullshit. Cloud City. The Paradoila effect. Children see innocence through the clouds. The towers. We saw the towers as spellcraft called only towers. Here's the 1 of 25. All right, so we got the 1 and the 2. Very nice. Holy Ground. I have a Patreon post about the Holy Ground and so an early concept. It's a public post. So you go to Collector Arthouse Patreon and find out the history and the alternate art concepts. Oh, look at this, guys. So I got the Tadpole Pool, and I actually do have the 1 of 25. So what is the one Dan has? I saw Dan had it framed. Dan go to bed? What a child. What a man-child. It's not even 1 o'clock there. Cold foils. Collectors? Oh. A market chat. Is Ted still... Ted's still confused about what's going on. Oh, God. Ah, man. I got stuff everywhere, guys. That's the problem. I don't feel like putting these paintings away. It's freaking... Should do it before the kids storm in. We got all the Ed Beard stuff. See these? Z's is everywhere. Go ahead. You can screenshot it. I know you're thinking about it, Cho. Yep. Yeah, buddy. You guys see the book? Probably gonna have a kick off the week with an Atlas Thorn. Artist proof. Alright, watch out. Watch out there, buddy. See the book I had? Sorcery Con? Rules book. Sorcerer. Got all the artists to sign it. Drew Tucker writes crack. Right down the middle. Right down the crack. So we got Mikhail Nagy, Paul, Alan Pollock, Tony Sudlow, Heidi, Eric Olafson, Brian Smith. This was who was this one? Who signed it like that, man? I'll come back to it. Brian Wackwitz. Oh, Seagrave. He always draws these little monsters, too. Man, love Seagrave. What a guy. What a great guy. So happy he came. Sam. Signs only Sam. Elvira Shakarova. Margaret Organ-Keene. I don't know, guys. I can't read some of these ones. Truett Parrish. I don't know, guys. I'm kind of brain dead. And then what I did... Sell you one of those Philo playmats? That's the only one I got, man. So I had the artist sign wherever they're... Oh, is that Menges? Which one's here? Menges is here? Yeah. I thought that was Menges. So what's this one then? I'm not sure what that one is. Who am I missing? I got them all to sign it. Who else was at Sorcery Con that I missed? Got Nagy Paul? I don't know, man. Got Danforth up here. I guess I missed one up here as well. Frogman Dan? Artists only. Frogman's drooling on a pillow somewhere at 10 o'clock. I go to a little old baby. All right. Shakarova. You see? Where their art showed up. Oh, Drew Tucker. No, not Drew Tucker. Oh, yeah, you're right, yeah. Because Drew Tucker signed at, yeah, that's Drew Tucker. Good call, man. Thank you. Because I had him signing at the IX Art Show. That's what it was. He wasn't at Sorcery Con. Damn, this guy's good. All right, so where their art appears in the book, I had them sign on their artwork as well. You got Brian Smith up here. See that, guys? I should zoom in a little bit, maybe. All right. I want to obscure Z's. All right. Menges? Yep, you're right. Jeff Menges. There you go. Yeah, this book's amazing. It's a nice... Oh, I gotta go meet Easley sometime. Truitt. Signed under there. Menges again. Sudlow. Oh, you didn't get one, show? Pirate Ship. Might be something with that coming up for auction. Not the original Pirate Ship, but something special about that. Alan Pollock. Yeah, I think that's it, guys. Just a rock. No big deal. All right. What's it all about? You like, you subscribe. Sign up for the Patreon if you want to support the channel. Sign up for the sample pack if you want to have some fun every once in a while. Support God tier elite artists. Should we decide right now which Atlas Thorn we're going to do on Sunday? Should I decide that and show it to people that stay up till 1:20 in the morning watching the art house? Atlas Thorn? Yes. It's like it's meant to be on the stone. Look at this guy. From an overhead angle. Who knew that would be so good? Look at this guy. This guy lifts. Look at him. Amazing. Look at that. Autofocused. Hang on a second. I don't know. He's looking most jacked like that. It's kind of weird, though. It struggles to autofocus. Let's just do... we're losing auto... Oh, there we go. All right. Take it all in. Take it all in, boys. It's a rule book. All right, hang on. All right. Oh. We got some good choices, guys. Oh my god. Oh my god. As an additional house, wow. What do you guys, huh? I don't know, guys. Should we do Atlas site for Atlas? It's been a while since we've done an Atlas site. I find that people really love the sites in Sorcery. And we've done like a bunch of spell concepts, some minions and stuff with Atlas lately. Atlas Thorn is the best artist in the game. He means not in the game. Yeah, he's freaking amazing. I love Atlas. Alice's work speaks to me. Best artist in the game. Ah, man. You need to buy one of his artist proofs. Put some respect on the man's name, all right? He's Atlas Thorn. He's a god. You're gonna be sorry. I'm dedicating my life to promoting Atlas Thorn. It's my life's work. All right, it's my life's mission to make sure he excels in his artistic journey and reaches the highest of highest platforms. He's a god amongst men. He's a surreal human. It's unbelievable. So there's what's the best way to do this? So there's a Atlas site, right? And the guy's name is Atlas. And the original art of this is by a very popular artist. And this particular card is very interesting. Maybe you guys can guess what this is. It's an artwork from Alpha, but another version of this, almost like a different variant, was used as a Dust Reward promo card. Can you guys guess what that is based on those clues? You got an Atlas site. You got a card from Alpha that was also used with an alternate art, somewhat similar, as a Dust Reward promo card. It has a threshold. Does it yield 3 Oh, it's a good guess there, Ted. Good guess. All right, you guys ready to see it? Enough messing around. Here we go. The Cloud City. The God of Gods. Alice Thorne. Pretty unbelievable piece there. 3 to cast. Or 3 threshold. One cost 3 once per turn. This site may fly to a nearby void. Yep. Elvira Palikowska. So, it's a beautiful take. A full city in the cloud. Different take on it. It's almost got like the Greek city vibes to it. It's pretty incredible. Maybe I should take it out of the top loader. This top loader is a little dusty. Kind of ruins the vibe. I don't know. What do you guys think of this one? I feel like having it in the top loader really... I don't know. You got to see it. What does BA mean? I don't know what that means. Badass? Okay. Figured it out. You see that? You get a better appreciation for it now. I don't know. You can't really, though. With an overhead cam, you really got to like look at this in person. Ted wants it. You really got to see it in person to really appreciate it in all its glory. The design details, the shooting star behind the building, it's like the Magic Kingdom meets Mykonos, or one of those. What is that the Greek city with the blue caps? I heard there's only like 1 or 2 buildings with the blue tops. By the way, the pictures make it look like it's everywhere, but it's not. It's only in a couple spots. But in this cloud city, they all got the blue tops. You got the blue hue in the clouds. You got the detailed architecture. You got the beautiful sky. Oh, lost our zoom. Couldn't even handle it. I'm wondering how close I can get before it just loses its mind. So you guys can get a full come on. Trying to get a full maximum appreciation for the Alice Thorne. But it can only go so far. Hey! I don't know, guys. The guy's a god tier artist. I'd love to see his work in some kind of whimsical. I don't know. That's beautiful. Beautiful Alice site. There's some other ones that are like characters, but he actually did some Arthurian Legends ones too. But this is like a powerful, unique site. So I thought that would be a fun one to do. The other ones, it seems like sometimes if the cards aren't as powerful on the altars, they don't do as well. It really does injustice to the artist because it takes them the same amount of work and effort and the same beautiful art concept. I want to shimmy that down to the bottom. So, it's important that they perform well on the doing these altars and artist proofs and things are worth their time. But it's amazing. It looks like it's printed, right? It's really hard to believe someone could paint like that with that amount of detail. Every little bit of it, the color shade, the light, the light contrast. Uses 4 colors every time. The blending he does is just, I don't know. The meticulous detail. It's just mind-blowing that someone could do that. I don't know how he does it. I definitely cannot do it. Can't even draw that good. I should try to draw this. I feel like I could do a half-decent job of drawing, at least the building structures. Probably not the clouds. I think I'd mess up the clouds pretty badly. But I can draw those buildings. Can't paint them now. Can't paint like that. No one can paint like that. Only Alice Thorne. God of gods. Alright, guys. Easily an Atlas. Put it down. Bring it back. There it is. There it is. The two goats. Best in the game, some might say. Best in the game, some might say. Best not in the game, some might say. There it is, guys. Unbelievable. Some people have all the talent. Some people are just schlubs scraping by. Thanks for hanging in there, guys. We went 4 hours and 29 minutes. Short little stream. Have a good weekend. Go Bills. Take care, everybody. Check out, like, subscribe. Check out the Patreon. Join the sample pack break in the Discord. We'll do it again sometime. Enjoy your binders. Take care. See ya.